Council Lady.
So,
You got the, is that so fast or this is
no, this is different. Okay.
Did you get it?
Get what?
Yes.
Oh, and the plastic thing is my. Come on up here.
This is junk.
We ready? Are we ready?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. It is a great honor to be here this evening to recognize my very own District 2 constituent, Mr. John Honeysucker, and his team at Waste Services. We all know the issues that we've had as a city with our trash service, and John and his team have worked tirelessly to get us back on track. I mean, pretty much almost around the clock, and we are greatly appreciative, and this is the least that we can do for you all. So I will start with the reading. Resolution number RS 2022-1437, a resolution recognizing the extraordinary efforts of Metro Water Services Division of Waste Services Assistant Director John Honeysucker and his team. Whereas on April 6, 2021, the Metropolitan Council adopted Resolution 2021-794, approving a memorandum of understanding to transfer solid waste disposal responsibilities from the Department of Public Works to the Department of Water and Sewerage Services, Metro Services, and
Whereas for many years, Metro Water Services has provided a support system for residents with services such as call center, a fleet management program, external daily customer interactions, and administrative support. And
whereas it was determined that the transfer to and consolidation of services under Metro Water Services would be advantageous to the city and its residents due to Metro Water Services' notable history of sustainability efforts, including stormwater initiatives, support of the Soil and Water Conservation District, and water sewer energy savings programs, such as the reuse of biosolids gases and the installation of large-scale photovoltaic solar facilities. And
whereas Metro Water Services was prepared to accommodate the additional responsibilities, and on July 1, 2021, waste services, including solid waste, recycling, and beautification, were transitioned to their department. And
whereas after encountering unprecedented circumstances and long periods of difficulties with the third-party contractor providing solid waste disposal services, Metro Water Services Division of Waste Service leaders and employees sought innovative solutions to solve problems and delays in service, often working extremely long hours in order to complete solid waste collection routes around the city. And
whereas Metro Water Services Division of Waste Services employees have demonstrated their extraordinary commitment to the city by working through staffing issues and unprecedented national supply chain issues. And
whereas public health and sanitation are a top priority for Metro, and the recent operational improvements would not be possible without the incredible leadership and dedication of Metro Water Services Division of Waste Services Assistant Director John Honeysucker and his team, Art Borzier and Sharon Smith, as well as other dedicated employees of the Division of Waste Services. And
whereas it is fitting and proper that the Metropolitan Council recognizes the dedication and the hard work of Metro Water Services Division and Waste Services leaders and employees to support, improve prospects for future service stability in Nashville.
now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, the Metropolitan Council hereby goes on record as recognizing the extraordinary efforts of Metro Water Services Division of Waste Services Assistant Director John Honeysucker and his team. This resolution shall take effect from and after its adoption, the welfare of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County requiring it.
I'm truly honored and humble to the council, as you all have been there for me, not just for business, but on the personal side. So I thank you, each of you, sincerely. I thank each of you. But more so, it's not about John Honeysuckle today. It's about this team right here that's behind me. They have absolutely done a phenomenal job. Even in my absence, they have stepped up like none other, and I'm truly grateful. And we're going to continue to push through and win this battle and get this trash situation right like we know we can. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Back up a scotch.
Everybody slush. This lady in front.
On the window.
On the window.
Councilmember Toombs and Hauser, your presence is required in the, requested in the Rules Committee.
I recognize
Councilmember Suara.
They discussed it when I'm trying to.
Sabina?
They just asked me.
That's when I lived in. Looks like they're gonna go.
Toombs. Councilmember. She had to leave. Oh, she had to leave. Okay, all right.
We'll fall in.
I want to thank Mayor John Cooper, Vice Mayor Jim Shulman, and all of my colleagues that signed on to this proclamation. This is a proclamation celebrating Ramadan 2022 and wishing all those that celebrate a happy Ramadan.
Whereas Nashville has a thriving Muslim community with Islamic organizations, schools, and mosques that have been providing religious and community services for decades. And
whereas Nashville has the highest numbers of Muslim residents in Tennessee, with over 45,000 living in Middle Tennessee from ethnically and racially diverse backgrounds, and
whereas Muslim small business owners, community organizers, and religious organizations have enriched Nashville's welcoming, tolerant, and diverse community, and
whereas Muslim-led organizations have successfully mobilized efforts in Nashville addressing food security for at-risk communities during the COVID-19 crisis and provided thousands of pounds of food during the pandemic, and
whereas Ramadan, the 9th month of the Muslim calendar year, is a time of introspection and spiritual renewal for Muslims worldwide, and
oh, I can read the last one.
You get everything wrong.
This one?
Yes.
Whereas the observance of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan commences at dusk on April 1st, 2022, and continues for one lunar month from sunrise to sunset each day, and
whereas Muslims will gather to celebrate the end of Ramadan with Eid al-Fitr, which begins at sundown on May 2nd, 2022.
Thank you. Now, therefore, the Council, Vice Mayor, and Mayor of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County acknowledge Ramadan and express our deep respect to Muslims in Nashville and throughout the world on this occasion. We affirm our commitment to ensuring that our city values remain welcoming and compassionate, and that we pursue policies that respect the dignity and rights of all people, regardless of race, religion, immigration status, or country of origin. The Metropolitan Council, Vice Mayor, and Mayor extend best wishes to all those celebrating Ramadan and join them in honoring the Muslim community and reflecting on the health and well-being of family, friends, and fellow citizens.
Sabina is accepting on behalf of the Muslim community.
Thank you so much for this recognition and to recognize the Muslim community here that's been here decades, working alongside you to create a more thriving Nashville for everyone. And I hope you have a chance to come to one of our many mosques across Nashville and break a Ramadan iftar meal with us and come to our Eid celebrations on May 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you. On to announcements. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Pro Tem. This month, because of some issues with staffing, the Dunkin' Donuts, typically I host my office hours at, does not keep their lobby open. So for the foreseeable future, my office hours, which are the third Saturday of every month, will be virtual. So if anybody wants to set up time to talk, just shoot me an email. We either meet by phone or I can make plans to meet for you in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the first post-pandemic season, District 27 is going to have a community meeting. It'll be April 14th from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. At the South Precinct at 5101 Harding Place. We're going to have our Beautification Commissioner, Alicia Huntsman, make a short presentation on the Great American Cleanup and the efforts she hopes to organize. We'll have Megan Morgan with the Nashville Roots Project and how we can get a tree to plant in your yard, and a representative from OEM to give us some tips on dealing with weather-related emergencies, being prepared.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. This Saturday from 9 to 11, the District 11 Beautification Commissioner, which is Larry Hager's district, has set up a Hermitage Cleanup. We are going to be meeting at the Hermitage Community Center. All supplies will be provided, and so hope to see a lot of Hermitage folks come out and let's clean up Hermitage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are two upcoming events for District 2. On this Saturday at 8:30, we'll be having our second community cleanup that's part of the District 2 Spring Clean. We'll be meeting at the intersection of Whites Creek and Lane Drive to clean up that intersection and finishing up on Mormon's Arm in Whites Creek as well. And then on next Tuesday, there's a District 2 rezoning community meeting. There are 3 projects that we'll be discussing, 6 p.m. in the community room at the North Precinct.
Thank you. Councilmember Sepulveda.
One second. I have have a District 30 office hours on April 16th from 10 to 11. It will be at La Delicia Mexican Restaurant. Come and go as you please. Bring your ideas and concerns.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, I wanted to remind folks that.
Sorry.
What did I do?
Gosh, faster this time.
I'm sorry. I want to remind folks that Coffee with NVR is set for this Friday, the 8th, at Sidekicks Cafe at 9 a.m. Also encourage you to, if you haven't yet, plan your trip on the new WeGo 79 line. The first 79 will actually take you from Dickerson Pike to Gallatin Pike. We're very, very excited about it. And immediately following the Coffee with NVR, you can get on the bus and ride with me if you like. And I look forward to seeing everybody Friday, 9 o'clock, Sidekicks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you. This Saturday, if you don't feel like cleaning up in one of these other districts, please feel free to come by the 16th for coffee and gin from 9 to 11. I'll bring the gin, okay? And just talk about anything that's on your mind and what you'd like to see as we enter into budget season. Also, this Thursday at 5 o'clock, the Human Services Committee will be meeting to discuss translation and interpretation services throughout Metro, so we'd love to get your input on that too. It's here in a committee room, so please join us on Thursday, and coffee and gin Saturday morning, 9 to 11 at District Coffee. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hauser.
Yes, I want to let the folks in Bellevue know that this Saturday at 10 a.m., the Office of Emergency Management will be coming to Bellevue and providing training on how to be prepared for all emergencies. Tornadoes, fires, floods, medical. So if you think that there ever could possibly ever be an emergency in your life and you would like to be able to know what to do, come to the Bellevue Regional Community Center Saturday at 10 o'clock and learn. And we also help you create your own emergency preparedness kits. And if you still have that desire to clean up after you've participated in these other cleanups, on April 30th in Bellevue, we'll be meeting at Royal Range at 9 o'clock in the morning to do our Bellevue cleanup. Thank you.
The Great Rubbish Roundup. Councilmember Toombs, Gamble, Toombs, Gamble.
I'll let her go first.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice President, rather. I would like to announce that the Bass Street Missionary Baptist Church will have an Easter egg hunt, a community Easter egg hunt, free for everyone in the community on March 16th, that's April 16th, Saturday, April 16th, from 12 to 5 at Bass Street Missionary Baptist Church, 3447 Brick Church Pike. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also on Saturday, April 16th at 1 p.m., the annual Senator Thelma Harper's Kids Are Special Too Easter Egg Hunt is returning. This is the first, it's the 37th year and the first Easter egg hunt that post-pandemic. It will take place at the Police Academy, 2715 Tucker Road. Again, that's Saturday, April 16th at 1 p.m.
Thank you. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so very much, Pro Tem, and I wanted to announce we will be having our weekly District 29 litter walk that we host every Saturday morning. If you are interested in coming out and picking up litter with us, please email beautifydistrict29@gmail.com. We do host these every Saturday, and if you email us, we will let you know our location for that week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem. Just wanted to let everyone know that this Saturday is the Southeast Easter Egg Hunt. It starts at 10 a.m. and it is at the Southeast Community Center, which is 5260 Hickory Hollow Parkway. And it is a great event for children all over the city, so we'd love to see you out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anybody else? Councilmember Hurt.
Trying to get the final information, but thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Elks Lodge is actually having an Easter egg celebration on Sunday, April the 17th. from 3 to 7. There will be an Easter egg hunt for the children. They're going to have games and activities, and they're also going to have some music for the adults. So want everyone to come out and support that on Jefferson Street at the Elks Lodge. It is the only club from the heyday of Jefferson Street that's still standing.
Nice. Thank you, council member. Okay, 629, nailed it.
Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 61st business meeting of a 4-year term. This is the 7th council meeting of 2022. Tonight's council agenda is 67 pages long, involves 138 pieces of legislation. That includes 36 second reading zoning bills and 1 resolution, all of those on public hearing, 31 other resolutions, 43 first reading bills, 7 second reading readings of pieces of legislation, and 16 ordinances on third and final reading. On the agenda are also 5 appointments or reappointments to city boards and commissions. 1 involves the Metro Arts Commission, 2 to the Recycling Commission, and 2 to the Work Release Commission. Council is also expected to confirm Austin Kyle to be the new Metro Clerk. He's been acting as interim Metro Clerk for the past several weeks. Tonight's meeting is again being held during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. State law has stripped the Metro Health Department of the power to continue a mask mandate in all city-owned buildings. The CDC now says Nashville is in an area where indoor masks are not required. Therefore, wearing masks tonight here is not required, although it is in some ways recommended. The council will consider 2 potentially controversial resolutions tonight. RS 2022-1466 would censure District Councilmember Jonathan Hall for multiple failures to comply with required disclosure statements. The complaint first came from members of the public. After an investigation and a public hearing, the Metro Board of Ethical Conduct has voted that Councilman Hall should be censored. That being not law, the resolution has to come to the council tonight. A censure motion is a very rare occurrence in the council, so a deferral to work matters out seems possible. Another potential controversial resolution is RS 2022-1467. It could, quote, condemn the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce's efforts to subvert democracy and eliminate the people's voice in determining who serves on the Metro Nashville Board of Education. The resolution concerns a bill now before the legislature would change how Metro School Board electors are selected, taking it from the voters and giving the appointment to be made by the mayor. The bills on public reading tonight include BL 2021-832, would establish an exclusionary housing zoning classification, would allow developers additional height and other entitlements if they include and maintain affordable housing in their developments. The bill has been under review by the council since last July, has been amended and deferred several times. We'll see what happens with it tonight. Among the resolutions, RS 2022-1326 asks the City Planning Commission and staff to review and amend as needed the Nashville next current general plan for Nashville and Davidson County, and do that no later than June 30th, 2023. Some council members feel the plan is outdated and due to the larger than expected growth the city is currently experiencing, so therefore it needs to be looked at again. The bill has been under review and study since December of last year. A modified, more targeted substitute resolution is being presented tonight to seek agreement and seek passage of the resolution tonight. A number of resolutions before the council tonight will seek to increase the number and supply of affordable workforce housing. RS 2022-1443 would authorize 15 Metro surplus properties along with $15.5 million to be given to the city's barn fund and in turn to 11 nonprofit organizations selected for the express purpose of constructing and rehabilitating affordable workforce housing on those properties. RS 2022-1444 would authorize a $1 million grant from the Barnes Fund to Pathway Lending to provide weatherization assistance and energy efficiency improvements to housing units owned by qualified low-income individuals and families over the next 24 months. The council will also likely approve 4 other resolutions tonight that would extend contracts with nonprofit groups working on affordable housing projects. RS 2022-1450 appropriates $7.5 million in American Rescue Funds from the federal government to increase access to existing high-quality child care centers, to provide more resources to home-based child care, and to invest in efforts to build capacity and build up high-quality child care programs. This is an area of need that has been rated quite high in public polls done among Nashvillians about how Nashville's rescue funds should be spent. This will be the first time the council has made an appropriation in this area of rescue funds. The program would be administered by United Way and the Rafa Institute. Resolutions 2022-1451 and 1452 1452 would authorize the purchase by Metro of the now shuttered Hickory Hollow and Global Crossing mall facilities out in Antioch with $46 million in general obligation bonds to finance that effort. The acquired space will be used as a community arts center and other city services, as well as a large medical facility through a lease with Vanderbilt Medical Center. The lease with Vanderbilt is still being negotiated before it comes to the council as well for approval. Meantime, by council rule tonight, the resolutions before it will be deferred for at least one meeting for further review. Seeking to further address the recent problems experienced across the city regarding timely trash collections, Resolution RS 2022-1454 will allow Metro Water Services to join in the contract with the City of Charlotte, North Carolina, and Big Truck Rental, LLC. The contract would allow for refuge truck rentals and related products and services. Metro's had a problem with not enough equipment of its own and a private provider being in bankruptcy. The city has used other outside providers through emergency contracts to collect trash, which can be expensive. This new rental contract will give Metro another option in that area. The agreement will be valid through October 31st, 2023. Two other resolutions, RS 2022-1444 and 1445, would allow Metro Parks and General Services Department to enter into a similar cooperative equipment purchasing agreement through Sourcewell, a state of Minnesota local government purchasing agency, along with Deere & Company and Adtech Industries. Two resolutions of interest for Metro Parks, RS 2022-1462 would approve a $25,000 grant from the National Parks Foundation to support youth sports programs, a music studio at Hartman Community Center, the creation of a visual arts program at Hadley Park Community Center, and a citywide youth event organized by Parks and Recreation's Culture Committee. RS 2022-1463 would accept a $380,000 in-kind grant from the city's park, Altima Archaeological Park. It will be used as an interpreted palisade, entry signs and monumental signs, sign footings, and miscellaneous site work, as well as a web-based interpretive materials. A late first reading ordinance would allow agreement between the property owners of the new Alta Riverwalk. The owners would use $400,000 to install and maintain trailhead improvements to the adjoining Metro Center Levy Greenway, which belongs to Metro. On second reading, the council will again consider two amendments to the controversial license plate reader program. It was adopted on a project basis, by a pilot basis, a few weeks ago by the council, but has not yet begun. BL 2022-1114 concerns personally identifiable information. A substitute of the bill has been drafted which says the only personal information that is to be kept is the image of a license plate, the time and location stamp of an image of a license plate, and the make, model, and color of the vehicle involved with the image of the license plate. This is expected to be much less controversial and may likely pass tonight. RS 2022-1115 would exclude LPR information from assisting with immigration enforcement. The bill is expected to be deferred again. In fact, it's going to be deferred until the second meeting in July for further study. On memorializing resolutions tonight, the council will honor the life of civic leaders Ralph Mosley and Dr. Tommy Morton Young, but declare the last Monday in April of each year as Interpretive Violence Advocate Appreciation Day, proclaim the lights out, urging residents and businesses to turn out non-essential lights during critical migratory periods for birds in both the spring and the fall, and finally, the council will recognize April 11th through 17th as Black Maternal Health Week. Three meetings on first reading to watch for the future. In the wake of skyrocketing fuel costs, two bills would approve a master agreement with J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and Cargill Inc., quote, for the purposes of stabilizing the net expenses incurred in the purchase of gasoline and or diesel fuel for the city. Another bill would make it illegal to operate a motor vehicle if the muffler or noise or other exhaust noise is plainly audible at 75 feet from any point within the interior of a residential structure. The law would be enforced not only by Metro Police but by city codes employees. If you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda and a staff analysis online. You can just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration tonight, so you can follow up and keep up where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's now go to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll be gaveling tonight's council meeting to order shortly.
And the thing was, actually, I guess my wife and I known each other for longer than that, but I never considered her as somebody that I would have dated before. But we started running and started seeing each other differently. Yeah. Because I used to like AKs. I used to like them AKs. Well, my mom is an AK. All the women in my family, yes. Yeah. And my wife's a little, not. Yeah. She think of a better life than that.
Okay, you ready? 3 times, right there.
All right, let me get out of your way.
Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Invocation this evening will be offered by Pastor Russ King of the Donaldson Church of Christ, a guest of Council Member Kevin Roden.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today and for all that you've done. You have blessed us greatly. Everything that we have, everything that we do comes from you. You've created us and you sustain us by the power of your hand and by your love. We're thankful for this wonderful area in which we live and the sacrifices of many that have made it possible and those that continue to sacrifice. For our council members, vice mayor and mayor, the staff, and everyone involved to help establish laws that help us to have a safe, inviting environment. We're thankful for them. We're thankful for our first responders and teachers and healthcare workers. So many people in so many areas that help us. Factory workers and truck drivers, those that take care of the elderly. Father, we're thankful for this area and all that contribute to it. And we pray that we will live peaceful and quiet and godly lives in your sight. For those in our nation that defend, we are thankful for them, for the things going on around the world, especially the conflicts in Ukraine. We pray a quick end to those things. Help us, Lord, to have kindness and respect and to show it to each one around us. For all you've done, O Lord, we thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So just hold on to this. All right, you all may be seated. I would like to recognize that I have a young man here who banged the gavel to start our meeting, Franco Zapata. He is 17 years old. He goes to Ise High School in Mendoza, Argentina, and he is a group of part of the delegation of high school students that are here from Mendoza, who they will be introduced in just a minute, but please join me in thanking Mr. Zapata for getting us started today. Just watch your step going down. Nice to meet you. All right, without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from March 15th? I've got a motion properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Mr. Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
No, sir, there are no messages from the mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, and thank you for allowing Franco to bang the gavel tonight. Many of you may be aware of the organization Sister Cities, and Nashville participates in an exchange program, not only with students, but also with adults throughout the city. And so last month, there was a group of us that went to Mendoza. We were there for 8 days, and now they have sent 8 of their students to visit, and I'm going to tell you their names and what they have been doing so far. And if you would just do me a favor, will you raise your hand when I say your name so everyone knows who you are? Okay. So we have our 2 chaperones, Valentina Bulin, Victoria Najit, Juan Ignacio Baralia, Guadalupe Paez, Aileen Pfeiffer, Ignacio Kersetti, Yuen Obrador, Sante Tripoli, Ignacio Willud, y Franco Zapata, who you saw bang the gavel. And they have been here for a couple of days, and so far, they have spent time at Overton High School, Hillsborough High School, Brentwood Academy, Ensworth, and Montgomery Bell Academy. They actually have an exchange where they have been doing some STEM work via Zoom, and then they have presented to each other. And are you all doing one of those exchanges on this visit as well? No. Okay. Excellent. So we're doing double duty. The students are in Mendoza and doing STEM work, and here we have our live visitors. And so they have been to, let's see, the Bridgestone Arena, the Downtown Library. They've been to the Arcade, Belmont University, Tennessee State Museum, and I believe they're heading to the Opry Mills Mall as one of their activities for this evening. But we wanted to be sure that they had an opportunity to see how our government runs while they're here for a few days. They didn't get a chance to meet the mayor, but hopefully on the next trip, we'll make sure that that happens. And at this time, they're about to leave us, so if we could give them a round of applause.
And obviously, our guests are welcome to stay, or we're probably going to be here for 4 or 5 hours, so you may want to leave right now.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Our next is Councilmember Suara. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Tonight, before the meeting, during announcements, you all witnessed the mayor, vice mayor, and some of our colleagues signing on to a proclamation about the month of Ramadan and wishing Muslims a happy Ramadan. Thanks to the mayor, I'll take a brief moment to just explain to my colleagues and those viewing what Ramadan is for information purposes, so very brief. So Ramadan is the only month of fasting for Muslims around the world. When does Ramadan happen? Ramadan usually happens in the 9th month of the Islamic calendar. It's a lunar calendar, and so every year it changes, maybe 11 or 10 days from the last year. The Muslims believe that the Quran was revealed in this month, and the fasting is usually between 29 to 30 days. So how does Muslim fast in Ramadan? Basically not having food or drink from sunrise until sunset. So we're looking from like 5 a.m. until 7 p.m., about 14 hours of no food, no drink. In addition to not eating or drinking, we're also supposed to abstain from any bad behaviors, and this lasts about 29 or 30 days. At the end of each day, we'll break our fast with an iftar, which is a community meal gathering. Like you heard before, you're welcome to any of our mosques to join and to get to know the community during this time. And then at the end of the 30 days, we have a big gathering called the Eid al-Fitr, where we celebrate the end of Ramadan. So why do Muslims fast? Really quickly, it's for spiritual purification and getting closer to God. We believe it's a fresh start where we seek forgiveness for our past transgression. And more than anything, it allows Muslims to have empathy for those that are in need. If you go without food for a day, I can tell you what that feels like. And that way, when you actually do meet someone that is hungry, you know what it's like, and it allows you to be more caring. So how do you support people that you work with or students that are fasting? The most important thing is to be aware. And if your students or your staff is not participating, they're slow going, it's because they're hungry, not because they have attitude problem. And then you may see a lot of Muslims increase prayers during this time more than they usually do. So I want to wish all of those that are observing Ramadan, Ramadan Mubarak. I pray that Allah bless them with happiness and grace your home with warmth and peace. And I also want to wish a happy Passover and happy Lent to those that are celebrating. I want to say that no matter your faith or no faith, I wish you and your loved ones a continued joy and happiness. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. All right, a couple things before we get started tonight. The first is there has been a change in the voting software on your machines. So if you are required to machine vote tonight, instead of using your mouse or your cursor, you simply will be touching your screen, okay? And speaking of voting, we have an election coming up on May the 3rd. May the 3rd is a Tuesday by rule. That means that we switch our council meeting. We will be meeting that Thursday, May the 5th. All right, so remember that May 3rd is election day. We will have our council meeting that first week in May on May the 5th. Are there any candidates? I know there were some walking around, but that may have left. Any candidates in the room that want to come up? All right, just. Mr. Hager, Councilmember Hager, you're welcome to go to the back of the microphone. Introduce yourself.
Thank you for letting me come back here and talk about running for the 7th Circuit Judge, Judge Randy Kennedy. Hey, Judge Kennedy is retiring after years of being on the council and then becoming a judge as well. This is an open seat. As y'all know, I've been practicing law for over 30 years, and I've been on the council almost 8 years at this point in time, and I appreciate everybody's support and vote for me in this new journey that I want to take at this time. And as you all know, the most important thing a judge has to have is integrity. And I think I've shown that over the years of practicing law and being on the council. I show the integrity and I show my honesty, and I'm transparent, and people can check me out on the internet at any time. Thank you very much.
All right. Oh, Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was going to sit this one out, but since my colleagues so graciously nudged me, hello, colleagues. I'm Councilwoman Porterfield. I sit right here behind you all, and I am running for State House seat District 52. Mike Stewart is not seeking re-election, so I will be seeking to be elected in that district. One of the things that I think will resonate with you all is that we see so much preemption here, and we know from a local level there are so many things that we're trying to get done here, and unfortunately we're often preempted by the state, and that's one of the things that's really important to me, that we start discussing more on the state level. To the constituents of District 29, I'm still here. I'm going to be serving you all up until the last day that I'm your council member. I will continue to serve you. I would love to earn the votes of all the constituents and all the residents of District 52. Our campaigns just launched off recently this month, so you all will be hearing more from me as time goes on. I want to keep it brief tonight, but thank you again for the time.
All right, did I miss anybody else? Okay. A couple of things more. Some of you know that Scarrett Bennett named a building over the weekend for 2 African-American women who helped to integrate the school. I was fortunate enough to read a proclamation that came from many of you. Delaris Johnson Risher and the late Lilia Robinson Dabbs were the first black women to attend Scarrett College for Christian Workers. That was the name of the school. At that point, Risher and Dabbs both graduated in 1954. They studied at the school while trying to stay under the radar. Miss Risher was at the event. She is quite a person, quite an individual, and it was an honor to be there again. And Miss Risher, who lives out of town but is going to be coming back into town, has been invited to bang the gavel at a future meeting in the council, and you will have a chance to meet her. Okay. Lots of important things continuing to go on in our world today. Lots of very, very sad situations. Thoughts remain with Councilmember Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate that. I just wanted to say, for those who may not know, that Ms. Risher is 91 years old and will be 92 June 25th, and you would be delighted to meet her. She is absolutely a joy. And she also is a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
Councilmember Vercher.
I was going to say something, Vice Mayor. I don't have any pink and green comments, so I'm just leave it at that, Vice Mayor.
All right, so I never thought it was appropriate to announce a lady's age, so I did not. But Ms. Risher is quite an individual. I think you will enjoy meeting her. All right, so again, thoughts with the folks, with the country of Ukraine and the people there. Hearts also go out to the people of Sacramento, California, who had serious difficulties over the weekend. One last item. You may remember that this council passed an ordinance. It's BL 2021-657 by Councilmember Cash. It was to address the demographic composition of our boards and commissions. I have been asked to appoint a special committee for a very specific purpose, and that's to make sure that any and all data points are included in the tracking software that is being developed. They're trying to make sure is before they send it off to get the software taken care of, that all data points that we may be looking for are included. It will not require many meetings, possibly only one. So I'm appointing, I didn't have a chance to talk to everybody before, but I'm appointing council members Cash, Stiles, Porterfield, Van Rees, Vercher, and Taylor to serve on this special committee. Councilmember Cash will serve as chair. Again, I do not think it will take that long, but it's Councilmembers Cash who will serve as chair, Stiles, Porterfield, Van Rees, Vercher, and Taylor. I believe we are now ready to proceed to elections and confirmations. Councilmember Vercher, is there a report from the Rules Committee?
Yes, it is, Vice Mayor. Rules confirmation of public elections for the Metro Arts Commission appointment, Mr. Paul Polycarpou. We recommended approval 6-4-0 against. Metropolitan Clerk appointment of Mr. Austin Kyle. Recommended approval 6-4-0 against. Special Solid Waste Recycling Commission appointment of Ms. Rebecca Caldwell. Recommended approval 7-4-0 against. And also for the same Special Solid Waste and Recycling Commission appointment, Ms. Grace Strange, approval 7-4-0 against. And for the Metro Work Release Commission reappointment of Mr. Joseph DeMartini for a term expiring January 1, 2026, recommended approval 7-4-0 against. And after a robust conversation for the reappointment of Ms. Sheila Stratman Hodge for Metro Work Release Commission for reappointment term expiring January 1, 2026, recommended approval 7-4-0 against.
All right, Councilmember Vercher, if you don't mind, motion to adopt those elections coming out of the Rules Committee.
I move for approval of all confirmations.
All right, so Councilmember Vercher has moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All are adopted, so let's go through at least, I'm going to hold Mr. Kyle for the end. Metro Arts Commission, the appointment of Polly Carpoo. Mr. Carpoo, are you here? Polly Carpoo, please stand up. Just remain standing. Thank you. Solid Waste and Recycling Commission, the appointment of Rebecca Caldwell. Ms. Caldwell, you here? There you are. Grace Stranch for the Solid Waste and Recycling Commission. Hey, Grace. Work Release Commission, Mr. Joseph DeMartini. There he is. And Work Release Commission, Ms. Sheila Stratman Hodge. There she is. Thank you all for being willing to serve the Metropolitan Government. We appreciate your time and, again, your willingness to be a part of the Metropolitan Government. Thank you very much. And the last person I'll acknowledge is our own Metropolitan Clerk, who is sitting right in front of me. His family is sitting in the back. If his family would stand up so we can recognize you all. There they are. Thank you all for being here. And sitting next to his family is our own Miss Marlene Fuller. Marlene, if you would stand up, it's very nice to see you. Yes, you have to stand up. There you go. Mr. Kyle, congratulations, and we look forward to working with you. And I would say to Mr. Kyle's family, he's going to be working late tonight, so you may not want to stay this long. Would you all join me in thanking and congratulating Austin Kyle? we are now ready for resolutions on public hearing and bills on public hearing. For those of you in the audience, let me kind of explain how this works. I'm going to call up, we only have one resolution tonight, but I'll call up the resolution and the bills on public hearing one at a time, and then refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call for a public hearing. We'll then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor of either the resolution or the bill, and then I'll ask for a show of hands for those who may be in opposition to the resolution or bill. If anybody in favor wishes to speak, I ask you to come forward, go to this back microphone, introduce yourself, give us your address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. I will then ask if anyone opposed wishes to speak, and we'll do the same thing. All right, after that process, we then close the public hearing, and then I refer back to the sponsor. That's how it works. Councilmember Johnston. Oh, you're first. That's why you're standing up. It's like, okay, well, we're ready for the first measure, and it is Councilmember Johnston. It's RS 2022-1441. It is item 1 on your agenda. It should be on page 2. It's a resolution exempting Street Brothers Seafood, Inc., located at 540 Paragon Mills Road, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do I need committee reports first?
Yes, you do. You do need a committee report, and I believe it is Councilmember Hancock.
To continue with our unanimous committee, I would like to say that we voted this 7 in favor and 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized on your resolution.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, to clear the public hearing open, we're on RS 2022-1441. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the resolution. I see a hand over on the right. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, this is your chance to be on television. I like to tell people. All right, seeing nobody else, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you. I'd move approval, please.
All right, Councilmember Johnston has moved approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. Okay. We are now on bills on public hearing, item number 2. The first measure up under bills on public hearing, Bill 2021-832 by Council members Allen, O'Connell, Suara, and others, an ordinance to amend various sections of Title 17 to incentivize inclusionary housing with any residential development that seeks additional development entitlements beyond that permitted by the current base zoning district. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move for an indefinite deferral with a brief explanation.
All right. So Councilmember Allen has moved to defer indefinitely Bill 2021-832. Properly seconded. Back to you.
I want to thank all the co-sponsors who've signed on for this, and also for the many people in various departments that have worked with me to develop a tool that we can use. We hope to, at some point, to create more housing that is affordably priced in Nashville. This tool is fairly specific to the downtown area and also fairly complicated, and we are introducing another bill tonight, 1170, on first reading that will be more broadly applicable, that we want to run through and get that in place first, and then we may come back to this one. But for now, I would love for the co-sponsors of this bill to sign on to 1170, which will provide tax incentives for those who would set aside certain units for income-qualified tenants. So we know this is a huge problem in Nashville. Any tool we can provide for builders to create affordably priced housing is important. This one may come back, but for now I'm deferring this one and its companion bill, which will come up later, indefinitely. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved to defer this bill indefinitely. It's properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer? Seeing none, we're on a motion to defer indefinitely. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. It's deferred indefinitely. Next item is item number 3, Bill 2021-854 by Councilmember Van Rees. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a neighborhood landmark overlay district to property located at 435 Old Hickory Boulevard at the southeast corner of Donna Drive and Old Hickory Boulevard, zone RS20. It's 1.44 acres to permit small event and short-term rentals. Councilmember Van Rees, you are recognized.
I believe we have all the committee reports in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Open the public hearing, please.
All right, I declare the public hearing open. We're on BL 2021-854. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill. See a hand in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Didn't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Rees, you're on your bill.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to clarify for those on the community that might be listening, this is faces Old Hickory Boulevard, but you know it as 91 Donna. It is actually the old property that we have toured together with. I want to thank publicly Pastor Jay Voorhees from City Road Chapel, who have worked with the property owner for off-site parking when there's events, and that was the reason for some of this delay, is to make sure that we had the parking taken care of should there be a special event at this beautiful home. And so with that, I ask for your approval.
All right, so it is a motion to approve on second reading, BL 2021-854, again properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2021-854 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. It is passed on second reading. We're now on item number 4. This is a measure by Council Members Taylor, Murphy, O'Connell, and others. It's an ordinance amending section 17.04.060, 17.08.030, and 17.16.070 of the Metropolitan Code zoning regulations to implement a distance requirement for the bar or nightclub use. BL 2021-922. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to defer this to the first meeting in August.
All right, so Councilmember Taylor has moved to defer this to the first meeting in August. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This measure is deferred to the first meeting in August. Next item is BL 2022-1061. It's item 5. It can be taken with item number 6. BL 2022-1061, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 14656 Old Hickory Boulevard at the southern terminus of Harris Hills Lane. It's 81.38 acres to rent 291 single-family residential units. And item number 6, which is BL 2022-1062 by Councilmember Rutherford, an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1061. Proposed specific plan zoning district located at 14656 Old Hickory Boulevard. The property ordinance, the proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. These measures will be taken together. Councilmember Rutherford, you are recognized on the two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to defer both of these to the first meeting in May.
Okay, so the motion is to defer both BL 2022-1061 and 1062 to the first meeting in May, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Deferral motion passes. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rutherford. We're now on item number 7. This is BL 2022-1073 by Councilmembers Cash, Evans, Allen, and Stiles. Ordinance amending section 17.04.060, 17.08.030, 17.16.035, 17.16.170, and 17.20.030 of the code to delete the daycare home use to create new daycare home small and daycare home large uses and to update the requirements for opening a daycare home or daycare center use. Councilmember Cash, you are recognized.
Thanks. I am going to defer the public hearing this evening. I have been getting good community feedback, but want to get more, and it needs to go through planning. So I'd like to defer 1 month or 2 meetings.
Okay, so you're going to defer to the first meeting in May?
Correct.
Okay. The motion is to defer to the first meeting in May, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. On the deferral motion, the first meeting in May, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion to defer passes. First meeting in May. Okay. We're on item number 8 by Councilmember Roberts, Bill 2022-1107, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R6 to RM15A zoning for property located at 824 Watts Lane, approximately 430 feet southeast of Charlotte Pike. It's 1.2 acres. Councilmember Roberts, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to, I think all the committee reports are in. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? No. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
All right. Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval of Bill 2022-1107, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2022-1107 on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. We're on item number 9, Bill 2022-1121. This is on page 6. Ordinance to amend Title 17 to amend Chapter 17.12, 17.24, 17.28, 17.36, and 17.40 pertaining to the cluster lot option. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized on your bill.
Vice Mayor, as a point of order, could we take this also with item 10? They are traveling together and they are associated with each other.
Unless there's an objection, we'll take them together. Seeing none, let me read the caption. Councilmember Henderson, Murphy, Withers, and others. This is Bill 2022-1122. Ordinance to amend Titles 2 and 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to amend Chapter 17.24 and 17.28 pertaining to tree protection replacement and to amend Chapters 2.226, 17.20, 17.24, 17.28, and 17.40 to make associated housekeeping amendments. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized on both items 9 and 10, 1121 and 1122.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move to defer 1121 and 1122 to the public hearing in May, please, with a brief explanation.
All right. So the motion is to defer both 1121 and 1122 to defer those to the first meeting in May. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, this is our conservation development bill, for which I'm very glad to have our fellow co-sponsors, all our current and former planning committee chairs. This matter was before the Planning Commission at their last meeting, and we had a good discussion, 191 emails in support, 1 with some remaining questions, and so in an abundance of caution to have a little additional engagement with planning staff, that has been deferred at Planning Commission 1 meeting till the April 14th meeting, and as such for tracking, we're going to have it hopefully on the first meeting in May. So with that, I would renew my motion for a 1 public hearing deferral, please.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. The motion is to defer both 2022-1121 and 1122 to the first meeting in May. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Both measures for deferral are passed, 1121 and 1122. First meeting in May. We're on items 11, and I can take this with item number 12, BL 2022-1136 and 1137 by Councilmember Toombs. 1136 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RM2 to SP zoning for property located at 820 Youngs Lane, approximately 200 feet south of Youngs Lane. It's 4 acres, permit 21 multifamily residential units. And the companion bill, which is BL 2022-1137, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1136, proposed specific plan zoning district located at 820 Youngs Lane. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on both those measures.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of these 2 measures. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to these 2 measures. Councilmember Toombs, I didn't see any hands at all. Okay, so I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. You're recognized on your bills.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs moves for approval of both 1136 and 1137 on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion, any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1136 and 1137 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass on second reading. We are now on items 13 and 14, which we can take together. BL 2022-1138 by Councilmember Taylor and 1139 by Councilmember Taylor. BL 2022-1138, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CF to and MUIA to SP zoning for properties located at 1901 and 1903 Church Street and 1902 Hay Street, southwest corner of 19th Avenue North and Church Street. It's 0.97 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And BL 2022-1139, that's item number 14 on your calendar. That's the companion bill and ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2022-1138, proposed specific plan zoning district located at 1901 and 1903 Church Street and 1902 Hay Street. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on both your bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of these two measures. Okay. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to these two measures. Again, did anybody's hands up in opposition? Councilmember Taylor, I can't see around that corner. Let me do that again. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of these two measures. Okay, got that. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to these two measures. Okay, don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Don't see anybody coming forward. Anybody wish to speak on this one? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bills.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval.
Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval of both 1138 and 1139 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bills? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1138 and 1139 for passage on second reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass. Okay. We're now on items 15 and 16. Councilmember Parker, can I take 15, 16, and 17 together? Can I take all three of them together?
You can, Vice Mayor.
Is that okay? All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. So without objection, we're taking all three together. This is items 15, 16, and 17. BL 2022-1140 by Councilmember Parker, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RM 20 to SP for properties located at 301 North 2nd Street and 651 and 660 Joseph Avenue, northeast corner of Dickerson Pike and Meridian Street, 14.52 acres and located in a planned unit development overlay district to permit a mixed-use development with non-residential uses. BL 2022-1141 by Councilmember Parker. That's the companion bill to the first one. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1140. A proposed specific plan zoning district located at 301 North 2nd Street and 651 and 660 Joseph Avenue. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. And then item number 17, which is BL 2022-1142, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a planned unit development overlay district for properties located at 301 North 2nd Street and 651 and 660 Joseph Avenue at the northeast corner of Dickerson Pike and Meridian Street, zoned RM20. It's 14.52 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on all three of those bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to defer all three of these to the first meeting in May, defer the public hearing as well. And I do want to clarify and note the first meeting in May, because May 3rd is an election day, is going to be on Thursday, May 5th. So for anyone watching following the River Chase redevelopment proposal, that public hearing and second reading is slated to be on May 5th, which is a Thursday. So with that, I'll renew my motion to defer these three items to May 5th.
All right. So Councilmember Parker has moved to defer BL 2022-1140, 1141, and 1142 to the first meeting in May. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing Seeing none, we're ready to vote. We're deferring all three measures until the first meeting in May. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion to defer on all three of those bills pass. First meeting in May, and again, May the 5th. Okay. Next item is item number 18 and 19 that can be taken together. Councilmember Sledge. Okay, we're going to go to Councilmember O'Connell. So BL 2022-1143 can be taken with the companion bill, which is BL 2022-1144. 1143, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R6 to SP zoning for property located at 1020 Southside Court, southeast corner of South Street and 12th Avenue South. It's 4.5 acres to permit 355 multifamily residential units. And the companion bill, BL 2022-1144, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1143, proposed specific plan zoning district located at 1020 Southside Court, southeast corner of South Street and 12th Avenue South, 4.5 acres. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings. Both of those are by Councilmember Sledge and O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the sponsor is merely minutes away, so if we can roll this, we could probably do the public hearing later when he arrives. We could also open it now if people, I know this project, it's just about a block from where District 19 and 17 are. Either way, I think he'd be happy to roll it just because he might like to be present for the public hearing.
Okay, I tell you what, unless there's an objection, we'll roll it until he gets here. As soon as he gets here, we'll take them up.
That sounds good to me. Thank you, sir.
All right. So again, without objection, we're going to roll those until Councilmember Sledge gets here, and then we'll bring them up here at that time. The next item is item number 20, BL 2022-1145 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for properties located at 1816 and 1818 Ashton Avenue, approximately 365 feet east of Hydes Ferry Road. It's 0.71 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Permission to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here who are in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs says move for approval of BL 2022-1145 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2022-1145 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Next one up is BL 2022-1146 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying an historic landmark overlay district for a portion of property located at 2208 Ellison Place at the northern corner of Ellison Place and Louise Avenue. Zone CS, it's 0.19 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open on BL 2022-1146. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Okay, come on up. I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you. Chris Cobb, 7751 Indian Springs Drive, beautiful Bellevue, Tennessee, 37221. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council tonight. I appreciate that. I started working at Exit Inn in 2004. This marks my 10th year owning it and its 51st year in existence. My family and I have been stalwart stewards of the legendary venue, have seen it through 14 months of COVID closure, have the support of its founders who still live here, and our community who made over 4,300 donations towards efforts to purchase the property, our efforts to purchase the property, which failed. When my wife, Talisha, and I signed the last option of the 15-year lease in 2019, we knew how endangered the club was and vowed at that time to protect its legacy and its future. Maybe we have done that. The truth is, no one knows what the future holds for Exit Inn at this time. This overlay, unfortunately, does not do very much. Historic Commission has explained to me the recommendation was made because of what has happened inside of Exit N, not because the building itself is historic. And for this reason, the board is unlikely to disapprove of significant changes to the building at 2208 Elliston Place. This overlay basically ensures one thing: the existing structure cannot be scraped from its foundation and 100% demolished. While this is a good thing, there are too many unknowns, which leave me deeply concerned for Exit N's future. One thing we do know is my family and I will no longer be part of Exit N's future. The lease expires at the end of the year and will not be extended. But I'm not here just to talk about Exit N. Unfortunately, this is an issue all over the city. Mercy Lounge, the Cannery, and the High Watt will close next month, falling prey to another hostile corporate takeover and being forced out with no option for a lease extension. Third and Lindsley are in search of a new home, as their lease will not be extended. The End, formerly Elliston Square, which is 30 years old, shares a wall with the Rock Block Flats development. That wall will be demolished soon, and the Bluebirds back wall is less than 6 feet from the new Green Hills Tower construction. These places are foundation-level institutions, which are critical to Nashville's culture. They're critical to Nashville's creative working-class people, and every member of this council has creative working-class constituents. Please do more to protect these people, as they're the ones who bear the rich musical culture we all hold dear in our city. At the next council meeting on the 19th, you'll have the opportunity to do so by supporting RS 2021-927, which will fund the study that will inform Metro government as how to best sustain, preserve, and support Nashville's music venues. You'll also have an opportunity to support the revitalization of the Music City Music Council. Thank you for doing more to support Nashville's creative working class people. Thank you for your service to our city, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. Sorry for running over. Talk as quickly as I could.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Anybody else wishing to speak on this measure? Again, we are on BL 2022-1146. Anybody else wishing to speak? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval on BL 2022-1146, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2022-1146 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. The bill passes. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. I saw Councilmember Sledge come in. We had rolled your two bills just a few minutes ago, waiting for you to come back in. All right, so we're on item number 18, BL 2022-1143, that can be taken with item number 19, BL 2022-1144, both by Councilmember Sledge. 1143, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R6 to SP zoning for property located at 1020 Southside Court, southeast corner of South Street and 12th Avenue South. It's 4.5 acres to permit 355 multifamily residential units. And the companion bill, BL 2022-1144, also by Councilmember Sledge, ordinance authorized building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2022-1143, proposed specific plan zoning district located at 1020 Southside Court, southeast corner of South Street and 12th Avenue South. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Sledge, you are recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. Apologies for my tardiness. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing on 1143 and 1144. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of these two measures. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Okay, we have people on both sides. We'll start with those in favor. Anybody wishing to speak, if you will come on up, line up. Don't wait, just come on and get in line. And then again, remember, I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. That's right. Anybody in favor, go ahead and line up. And ma'am, you're recognized. Name, address, and then 2 minutes.
My name is Debbie Chadwick, and I reside at 839 Brent View Drive, 37220. Thank you for having us here tonight. I am the president of the Rochelle Center. For more than 50 years, the Rochelle Center has provided unparalleled support for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities in our community. We have reached a point in our history where we are no longer in need of our large campus in Edge Hill, as our service delivery has transitioned into the community. We have worked and been in negotiation with Wood Partner to sell our property. The potential proceeds from this sale will allow the Rochelle Center to accomplish two important goals that further the mission and vision of W.R. Rochelle, our founder, past principal of Cone High School, and the first president of ARC of Davidson County. First, we will be able to secure office space that better meets our needs. Second, it will allow us to greatly expand the number of affordable housing opportunities we can provide persons supported in the Rochelle service delivery. Our hope is to use the proceeds from this sale to purchase additional housing over time for at least another 50 to 60 individuals that would be supported by Rochelle Center. To be clear, this sale would result in an increase in affordable housing in our city for this vulnerable population. This is deliberate on behalf of those supported. They are often forgotten in this scheme. Rochelle is the only private organization in Nashville that provides this kind of supportive housing that is virtually rent controlled and is vitally important. For those reasons, I hope you will agree that expanding affordable housing capabilities for those we support via this sale is something Nashville needs. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address. 2 minutes.
I'm Kathy Byington, 110 Belgium Court, Hermitage, Tennessee, 37076. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all this evening. I'm a mother of an individual who receives both residential and employment support through the community center. I'm also the vice president of the board of directors of the Rochelle Center. My son's been involved with Rochelle Center for about 20 years. He's worked in the production center prior to the closing. He's also advanced to being able to work in the community. He likes to work. This would not be possible for him to be able to work successfully in the community without the support of the Rochelle Center in terms of their guidance and their direction for him. He also lives in a supported residential situation with the Rochelle Center. Again, this would not be possible without their support. Always the goal of the president and of the board of directors of Rochelle Center has been to further the vision of Mr. Rochelle in serving this vulnerable population. We're trying to continue the support that he gave them. The area around the Rochelle Center has changed dramatically, both economically and visually, since my son became involved with Rochelle Center over 20 years ago. There's no longer the single-family homes that were present there for many years. They've been replaced by 2 to 3 story single-family homes. This has been also in keeping with the changes that have occurred in the Gulch and the surrounding Nashville community. So there are high rises. As you all know, you drive through the Gulch, you know what it looks like. The skyline that existed when my son started is no longer in evidence. The proposal of the Rochelle Center property for the sale is in keeping with all those changes that happened. As a mother, my goal is for Rochelle Center to continue indefinitely. I have great fears for my son if it did not. I hope the council will support this proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jimmy Bradshaw, former resident of Robertson Academy Road, currently residing at Oak Hill Circle in Lebanon, Tennessee. I am a board member of Rochelle Center, have been so for 15 to 20 years, current treasurer, here today to urge the council to support this bill. It's vital for the future of the Rochelle Center and its mission to serve our vulnerable population. I wanted to point out, in addition to the history that Ms. Chadwick and Ms. Byington listed, the facility that is subject to this zoning change, the Rochelle facility, our campus, contains 3 buildings, one of which houses a production facility that we used to use as part of our mission, as well as truck bays. In addition, to the light industrial activity that took place on this property in the past that was permitted. We also formerly had 25 to 30 access ride buses circulating through the property on a daily basis. The proposed ordinance change and the proposed zoning change is before the board tonight will bring this property into line and more consistent with the growing residential use of this neighborhood, and I would urge the board to approve this zoning change to allow the Rochelle Center mission to continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Caroline Wilkes. I live at 430 Merritt Avenue, which is in District 17, the same district as this proposed development. I help lead the local development team proposed for this project. For nearly a year, my team has worked diligently with Southside New Hope Neighborhood Association, Metro Planning, Councilman Sledge, to come up with a development that we feel includes everyone's input. Through numerous in-person and Zoom meetings, we have received feedback and reacted with care and respect. We've reduced density, decreased the building's height, increased setbacks, and included community amenities such as sidewalks, B-cycle stations, publicly available green space. And furthermore, we are committed to making this neighborhood a safer place for pedestrians by funding traffic calming measures in the neighborhood. In other words, we've been thoughtful and intentional developers. We listen, we pause, and then we take time to go back to the drawing board and respond. We've not rushed through the community engagement process, and while I'm positive that we haven't made every single neighbor happy, I don't think there's a single neighbor that we have interacted with who would say that we haven't been a thoughtful partner in the planning of an inevitable development on this site. We'll continue to work with them throughout development and construction, and we would appreciate your support this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Brendan Bowles with Kimley Horn Associates here in Nashville. Vice Mayor Schulman, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and members of the council here tonight, thank you for your service to the community. As Caroline spoke about, the engagement, the community engagement process that has gone on with this project has been thoughtful and has been occurring over a long period of time, and certainly have listened to the community. And I think we've heard feedback from the community that says, man, I really appreciate you guys listening to us and making changes. There were changes along the way to gain community support. Also want to thank the planning staff who worked with us to get this thing across the finish line at Planning Commission. We have agreed to the conditions of the planning staff and planning commission for this project, and I'll hit just briefly on a couple of the benefits of the project, and then we'll let the next speaker come up here. But this site is located at the intersection of 12th Avenue South and South Street. 12th Avenue is a major arterial boulevard. South Street's a collector street. The 12th South Bike Lane, which I'm sure many of you have heard about in Mr. Sledge's district. We're committed to providing a financial contribution to that project, also improving the WeGo bus stops along 12th Avenue as part of the project. Another benefit that we're prepared to contribute to financially is the replacement of the water line in 12th Avenue to further the infrastructure improvements in the neighborhood. So we think this is a great location, being at the intersection of those two major streets, and appreciate your support tonight.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Sloans.
Doug Sloan, 6354 Torrington Road. I'll be brief because the last two speakers pretty much stole everything I was going to say. We worked diligently with the planning department, made a lot of changes over, I would say easily over half dozen iterations of this project. Changing the height as it steps down and goes into the community from the corner. This is the corner of South Street and 12th, and that's actually where we have 3 different bus lines that run out of the city, and you can get to almost anywhere south of Nashville and downtown from the stops that occur right on this corner, which, as you all know from Nashville Next and from Community Character Manual as well, that it calls for density in that location. But we were being sensitive in the way that it steps down as it reaches the single-family homes, made those adjustments, and also changed materials so that it reads as breaking up the massing as it moves back towards the neighborhood instead of as just one large massing on the corner, though it does have a larger presence on the corner, again, as the policy calls for. So I think the design that we ended up with through working with NDOT and the planning department is something that the majority of the community could embrace. So thank you, and look for your support.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in favor or wish to speak? All right, those who are in opposition, if you would come forward, go ahead and line up. All right, and then I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Welcome.
My name is Kip Hallman. I live at 1015 Southside Court, Nashville, 37203. We live directly across the street from what would be the back of this development. We have a small cul-de-sac. It's 18 single-family homes. These are owner-occupied. These are not Airbnbs. This is our neighborhood. I'm not opposed to this. I have great admiration for the Rochelle Center, for their mission, but this project as designed would have a huge negative impact on this small cul-de-sac. We ask that the council defer this so that we can talk to the developer about making some more changes. They have made a few, but there's some very important things. 2 key things. First, height. They have, as he said, they have a small section of this that is 3 stories. It's about 1 unit wide, 15 feet. The rest of the development between us and downtown is all 4 and 5 stories. It completely obliterates our views. It essentially makes us living in a canyon, is frankly what it does. And we feel as though there are things that could be done to change this, reduce bigger sections of this to 3 stories, don't eliminate everything we have in our little neighborhood. Second issue is setbacks. All of our homes, again, this is a single-family neighborhood. All of our homes have 30-foot setbacks. They have taken one small section and made a 20-foot setback. Everything else is 10-foot setbacks. Again, this would leave us living in effectively a canyon. We're very happy to have, not trying to stop this project. We'd be happy to welcome it, but we think the scale and the height needs to change to be more fitting with the neighborhood that we all love. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address. 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sherry Messman. I live at 1015 Southside Court, also, again, directly across the street from this project. Again, not opposed to this project as a whole, but would echo the prior comments about the setback and height of the portions of this building that are directly on our small residential cul-de-sac. Every other home on this section of the street has height and setback restrictions, including homes that are currently under construction and have just received permits. It simply doesn't make sense that one small section of a cul-de-sac has different construction height setback parameters than every other house on the street. And in fact, the entire block is all, for the most part, single-family 3-story dwellings. The ones that aren't 3 stories, I'm sure, will be sometime in the future. The other, of note, the other streets bordering this project are 12 South and South Street, which are all through streets. This section of the building, we are a small residential cul-de-sac with 18 homes. And then aside from the physical structure of the project, we're also concerned that although this complex will have a dedicated parking garage for its residents, that inevitably residents of the complex and their guests are going to end up parking on our street. There's going to be limited parking on South Street. There will be no parking on 12 South. We would like to request, or I'm not sure what the process would be, but that there be at least parking restrictions placed on one side of Southside Court so that we would be able to retain at least some parking for residents and our guests. Archer Street, which is 2 blocks to the south of us, has similar restrictions, and that is a neighborhood that has single-family Airbnbs and not a 300-plus unit apartment complex. Again, to re-emphasize, we are a small residential cul-de-sac, and there are 300 homes going here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Bob Schennerline. I live at 1017 Southside Court, next door to the Holmans. And I've sent all of you an email, Colby. I copied you on that as well. So I said most of what I wanted to say in that email. I want to point out that we have no issue with them selling this property to the Rochelle Center. We admire what the Rochelle Center does, and we're not trying to block them from getting their money. I'd also like to point out that everybody that spoke in support of this program does not live anywhere near the development. It's right in front of us. Heights and setback are our two issues. You talk about, or they talked about the corner of 12th Avenue South and South Street. There are 5 stories there, and that's fine. We asked them. We did meet with them twice, and they listened. They just didn't make enough changes that really minimize the impact on the neighborhood. If they want to do a higher building at 12th Avenue South and South Street, great, but it doesn't descend into the neighborhood in a proper way. Directly in front of our house, we will walk out of our door, and 10 feet back from the curb across the street will be a 50-foot wall. I know you don't care about my view. I knew I was going to lose the view eventually. It was going to be developed, but I didn't think it would be a 50 to 55-foot wall right in front of my house. We'd like to defer this. We'd like to ask you to defer it so that we can work with them to change the heights as it steps down into the neighborhood and make it more aligned with the neighborhood. There's nothing about this that benefits the neighborhood. There's no retail like there is across there that's going into Beeman property or across the street even at the Novell Center. It's just a big apartment building going right in front of a quiet little cul-de-sac. Colby, when we met before on another issue where we had a great outcome, I'll quote you by saying, I need to protect my neighborhoods, basically protecting them against Airbnbs. I appreciated that, respect that. This is not affecting the Airbnbs. This is affecting individual homeowners on that street, and I ask you to protect our neighborhood as you were attempting to protect the other neighborhoods. Defer this so we can work with them to have a more workable plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Holly Trzeski, and I live with my husband Jeff at 1005 Southside Court. Thank you all for your time tonight. I appreciate it very much, and I reiterate my neighbors' sentiments. However, in 2019, we purposely chose to invest in building our home on this cul-de-sac. It was quiet, still is, which is great if you have pets or children. The city walkability and view are amazing, and it's a great residential neighborhood. Have any of you ever lived on a cul-de-sac? Anybody? Okay. I can imagine that you can relate to the benefits of living on a cul-de-sac. It's lovely. It's quiet, and for all the above mentioned reasons. Now, imagine how we and our fellow Southside Court neighbors felt when we heard that a massive apartment building structure was being proposed on this cul-de-sac. We all certainly expected change once the Rochelle Center decided to move on, and totally understand that, and I hope it works out great for them. But we did not anticipate a 4, 5-story or higher story building bearing down directly and closely across the street, as Bob and Kip have mentioned. The proposed 10-foot setbacks are much too close to the street, and the proposed height is still considerably higher than existing and neighboring homes. And yes, they've met with us, but we still want them to drop it down. Why did we homeowners have to abide by setback and height restrictions on the cul-de-sac, but the apartment complex does not? We'd like to see building height revised to match current home heights on both sides of our street, as well as moving setbacks to match. My husband and I request that you all vote to delay the third hearing of this case to give Wood Partners more time to discuss the following matters with their Southside Court neighbors: lower the building height, create further setbacks on our cul-de-sac. I really do appreciate your time and consideration for these neighbors here in the Gulch South. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Kitty Smith, and I live in 1328 Sweetwater Drive in Brentwood, Tennessee. I'm kind of like helping my friend because her English is not great, and she want me just kind of like say the words for her.
My name is Wendy Zhang. I live at 1011 Southside Court.
Okay, I'm just right here. In addition, it will also greatly, all the rest of people, they already talk a whole lot, but I think we have our opinion. It will also greatly affect the safety of the community streets, as the streets will have a lot more traffic due to the number of tourists and nearly about 400 family members and their visitors. This will become an immediate danger to our children because we are kind of like single-family home. We don't have big backyard like some suburban houses, so our children are used to play in the driveways or nearby street. The increase in traffic would become an immediate danger to our children. And in the meantime, we notice there's a moving service area in front of there. So that means there's a lot of big moving truck will constantly, move the stuff there. And it's kind of like just a lot of hassle for the young kids. We understand that development is always going to occur, and we are not asking for the project to be completely stopped, but we would like for our voice to be heard, and the accommodations are made regarding the height and setback of the project, and also the parking garage or some other parking space. Maybe if they can reroute to some on the 12 South, not in this cul-de-sac, would be much better. As parking restriction, to allow only residents of the single-family home to park on our side of the street. And thank you very much, and I'm sorry you probably have a hard time to hear me, but I just wanted my voice out to let you guys understand our concern is more about the children's safety and, around that very narrow street. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We could hear you fine. Thank you for being here.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak on this matter? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge has moved for approval on Bill 2022-1143 and 1144, properly seconded. Back to Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I appreciate everybody who came out to speak tonight. I want to give just a little bit of context and history, both this development and the area. So the area where Southside Court and Southside of its variety of different streets, there are many South Sides in the Southside New Hope area. Several years ago, not that long ago, were all turnkey 3 homes, which meant that they were all single family, first-time home buyer, done in a way that was actually done, I believe, under the Carter administration, for folks to have access to sort of a split mortgage. There were many of those homeowners who were still there at the time that I first came into office. This area has undergone rapid change. And so in just that short amount of time, that area has developed into an area that looks much more like an urban neighborhood. It is mostly, as indicated, single family, really 2-family HPRs throughout the area. And the Rochelle Center has sat right at the nexus of 12th Avenue South and South Street for some time, considering what their future was going to be. I would emphasize that the frontage of this property is 12th Avenue South and South Street, and there was a reference to the project that I am just darned to get done, which is the 12th Avenue South traffic calming and bike lanes, and I have a call tomorrow at 11 o'clock with NDOT to go through the final designs for that plan. So with that being said, the density that is on this corridor is not only needed in the sense that all the transportation and facilities are there to take advantage of it, but it makes perfect sense within the policy, and I will note, does not go to the same level as the properties just on the other side of the interstate, because this is, as indicated, a neighborhood, and it does help step down those neighborhood heights as going south on 12 South. I will tell you that it's incredibly, I think, important to me to be able to know that there will be this number of units who will be able to take advantage, these number of households will be able to take advantage of a transit line whose service literally just got expanded this week regarding the new transit center in Green Hills. The 17 on 12th Avenue South will now be able to go further than ever before. We are building the infrastructure for density like this, and I think we need to acknowledge that the density needs to come along with it. There have been, as noted by the speakers, back and forth compromises, especially on the setbacks that face Southside Court, which were brought up several times. There is infrastructure put in place, not only with covered bus stops, but also with B-cycle that will encourage people to take advantage of that infrastructure so that it lessens the impact on the community. I myself live on a dead end. It's not a cul-de-sac, it's just a dead end. We're putting hundreds of apartment units at the end of that dead end. So I understand that there's a concern, but I also understand that we are right in the urban core. We can all see downtown from our front windows or back windows, and I would encourage the council to support this because this is the kind of housing that we need if we're going to be able to continue to grow and thrive as a city. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge has moved for approval on second reading of BL 2022-1143 and 1144. They were properly seconded. Discussion on the motion to approve on second reading. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of passage on second reading of BL 2022-1143 and 1144 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bills pass on second reading, both 1143 and 1144. Okay. All right, so now we move on to item number 22, BL 2022-1147 by Councilmember Parker, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to R6A zoning for property located at 125A, B, and C Kingston Street, approximately 670 feet east of Dickerson Pike. It's 0.19 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open on BL 2022-1147. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay, a show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I didn't see hands on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Parker has moved for approval of BL 2022-1147 on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1147 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Next one is a BL 2022-1148 by Councilmember Welsh. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning for properties located at 193 and 201 Antioch Pike, approximately 250 feet east of Ken Ross Avenue. It's 0.45 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Those in favor or in opposition? Let me try it again. Those in favor, raise your hands. Those in opposition, raise your hands. Okay, I didn't see anybody in favor. Those in opposition wish to speak. If you want to come up forward. Anybody wish to speak in opposition? Okay, so this is your chance. If you, again, nobody was in favor. I've got 3 hands in opposition. If you want to speak, this is the time to speak on the matter. All right, I see nobody coming forward. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Welsh, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
Okay, so Councilor Welsh has moved approval of BL 2022-1148 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is kind of a compromise rezoning. Initially, the proposal was for 8 homes, and the compromise has moved down to 6 homes, and only the interior parcels are being rezoned, so the streetscape will stay exactly the same. will actually add to the character of the community. We have a lot of vacant houses around there and a lot of different mixed types of housing. So this will be a good addition and give us much needed housing in the 16th. So I'd like to renew my motion for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Welsh has moved for approval of BL 2022-1148 for passage on second reading. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion from the council? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1148 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Welsh. We're on item number 24, BL 2022-1149 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1804 County Hospital Road, approximately 225 feet northeast of Doak Avenue. It's 0.51 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Toombs, you're on your bill.
Move for approval.
Councilor Toombs says move for approval of 2022-1149, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Item number 25, BL 2022-1150 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS and RS5 to SP zoning for properties located at 1701, 1703, 1705, 1707, 1709, and 1711 9th Avenue North and 901 Buchanan Street, approximately 360 feet east of 10th Avenue North, 1.08 acres. Permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Didn't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval.
Councilmember Taylor moves for approval of BL 2022-1150 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1150 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Councilmember Parker, BL 2022-1151. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1312 Joseph Avenue, approximately 60 feet east of Eastmoreland Street, 0.16 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm told that on this one, the notices did not get returned.
The next one. So we had checked. We believe it's on the next one, so I think you're okay.
Oh, okay, great. All right. Well, thank you for the correction. Let's open the public hearing then. Thank you.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of 1151. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to 1151. See no hands either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Parker, you're on your bill.
Thanks. I'll move for approval.
Okay, Councilor Parker moves for approval of 2022-1151 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading, 1151. Okay, this one had problems. BL 2022-1152, I think it was with the notices. Councilmember O'Connell, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IWD to MULA zoning for property located at 897 Elm Hill Pike, approximately 430 feet east of Fessler's Lane, 0.34 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we need to defer this one, so I'm going to defer the public hearing as well for notices. So we'll push that to the first meeting in May, please.
Okay, so this one's deferred to the first meeting in May. Vote on it. It's isn't it automatic? Yeah, so it's an automatic deferral to the first meeting in May. Okay, we're on item number 28, Councilmember Toombs, BL 2022-1153. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to R6 zoning for property located at 110A Fern Avenue, approximately 140 feet west of Birch Avenue, 0.58 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are in favor of 1153. show of hands of those who are here in opposition to 1153. Didn't see hands either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of BL 2022-1153 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1153 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Councilmember Taylor, BL 2022-1154, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from MUIA to SP zoning for property located at 1705 Hay Street, approximately 100 feet west of 17th Avenue South, 0.51 acres, to permit a maximum 295 multifamily residential or 345 hotel units and 2,500 square feet of restaurant. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. We're on 1154. A show of hands of those who are in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are in opposition to this measure. Okay, so we have hands on both. Those in favor, if you would come on up, line up, name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. All right, name, address, 2 minutes.
Doug Sloan, 6354 Torrington Road. I'd like to start out by echoing some of the words that Councilman Sledge said earlier about, as a community, we've decided where density is appropriate, where it fits into our community and fits in a way that helps preserve the neighborhoods that we have, to preserve the single-family neighborhoods that we have. We've got more people moving to Nashville. It's not any secret that Nashville is a great place to live, and a lot of people are moving here. But where are those people going to live? And we went through Nashville Next as a community and made a decision on those things about where density would go and where it would be appropriate. In particular, Midtown was identified as a place where greater height and greater density was appropriate. It was close to downtown. It had a couple of different corridors that went through it. And it had, at the time, a lot of property that was zoned core frame or CS zoning as well. But most of it was core frame, CF, some of the most most intense zoning that was available at the time. Right after that, during that time, they went through the Midtown rezoning. In the Community Character Manual, it describes this area south or north of 21st up to the interstate as a place that is suitable for 20 stories plus. It even identifies that taller buildings should go there. And I know that tonight you're going to hear from opposition from some folks who just moved in to a 34-story building just a block away. And their objection is that another building just like that nearby might block their view. This is exactly what this entire neighborhood is supposed to be built out as, and what our community has now said for many years is an appropriate place for density. And I hope you'll support the bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bradford, you might come in up here for just a minute. All right, next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jim Jacobs. I live at 322 Harvard Avenue. I'm the property owner of 1705 Hay Street. And over the last 8 months, we've been working with planning a tremendous amount in order to get the design that worked with planning. And we've worked with Councilman Taylor since the beginning here. He's worked with our architectural team. He's worked with our engineering team. And we have designed the building in a way where it's been carefully designed, thoughtfully done. It's actually a C-shaped building to where the open of the C actually looks towards Broad West. And so there are architectural designs and elements there where you're just not looking at a building that goes straight up and down. Additionally, this is not the parcel that is across the street from the Broad West building. There's actually a parcel in between our parcel, and then you have the Broad West building. And so Actually, by developing this parcel into the 24 stories, which planning, has approved unanimously, it's very unlikely that the parcel right next to us would actually ever be developed because it is 0.43 acres. Not developed, but developed into a really high-rise building. Just simply because it would be very hard to get their turning radius and the drive aisles within there in order to get the necessary parking in order for it to go tall. The Broad West building was something that was the product of an SP themselves. We all know that this lot sat there vacant for many years collecting water. This was an SP that was done many years ago that got up to 34 stories too for the same reasoning that we're actually trying to get height here as well. And the height that we're actually going for is less than 75% of what the height is of the Broad West building. So we would certainly appreciate your support, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Yes, Andrew Walters, Catalyst Design Group. We're the civil engineer, landscape architect for the project and the lead applicant. I really just want to echo some of the things that Jim mentioned. We went through several weeks of discussion in coordination with planning, several rounds of revisions on the building and the architecture, specifically focused on the frontage of the building along Hayes Street, making that a very walkable streetscape with activated streetscape with the retail on the frontage, no driveway cut access on Hayes by design, so all the driveway and loading is pushed to the alley, which is similar to the Vaseline project, which is right next to us. And so that was a good improvement to the site. Again, we confirmed with staff that notices and signage all went out in the appropriate timeline. I think that's one of the potential complaints that you may hear tonight, but we have confirmed with staff that that's all been done appropriately. And so again, we would just ask for your support, and we appreciate your service. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else in favor wish to speak? All right, those in opposition, if you'd come on up. Need a name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Ryan Keene, 945 Southside Place, Nashville. I represent Vaseline Companies. We own the parcel at 1720 West End Avenue, which is directly south of the alley that this building will border, as well as the parcel to the west, the Avalon Midtown building, which has a approved final SP for 305 units. Our concern, I have no concern over the density, height of the building. Our concern is that the building shows two egresses off of the alleyway, a very small alleyway that I also work at the 1720 West End building. It's a tight alleyway. Cars go both ways on it. It's approximately 20 foot wide with some utility poles in it as well. So there's two egresses for the proposed building. There are also an ingress and an egress for our approved SP directly to the west. Our Avalon Midtown loading dock is on this alley, as well as the proposed building's loading dock as well. So looking for conditions to be put for an approved traffic impact study for this particular alley to make sure it works. There's also the parcel that was mentioned before to the east of the 1705 parcel, which could be built on as well. Potentially 1,000 units dumping into a 20-foot wide alley. So we just feel like there needs to be some addressment of the alley and conditions put on the this SP. As well as utilities, there are no proposed upgrades for the 1705 utilities, for the surrounding utilities. So we ask that they share in the cost for upgrading the utilities in the neighborhood. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, tell us your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, members of the council. Jason Holloman, 4210 Park Avenue. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Broadwest neighbors, and I want to address two concerns. One is procedural, and I think you heard something about it, which is that members of the Broadwest community did not receive the public notice for the Planning Commission. And we don't dispute that the list that was given to them was mailed, but for whatever reason, they were not included, even though they were property owners. The building was opened, they were residents, and they weren't notified of that Planning Commission process. So we think it's important tonight, simply for that reason, to ask for a deferral, to give an opportunity for a community conversation, to have some in-depth and frankly, pretty detailed conversation about how the community character manual, the Midtown rezone, how all of those things fit together and impact the proper development of this site and some of the adjacent sites. So for that reason, we asked for deferral. And I also want to call attention that this is not just a group of folks that bought a condo that don't want their view blocked. That's a little bit of a simplistic point of view. When this area, and I was here, a member of this body at the time, there was a significant blanket upzoning of this area called the Midtown rezone. I had a lot of concerns about that at this time because of the density and intensity with lack of supporting infrastructure that came in as part of that. And you may remember that one of the reasons we agreed to give that significant additional density was in anticipation of a transit plan for that area. Well, here we are a decade later, and we don't have a transit plan for that area, yet we continue to build out under that model. And my concern is that now, not only are we building out under that model, but we're looking to ad hoc add greater heights and greater intensity and still not have that infrastructure. One of the other reasons that we were told this was the way to go about the Midtown rezone was so that we wouldn't have ad hoc. We would have stability in our zoning. So for that reason, I also asked for deferral tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Holloman. Next speaker, let us know your name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Brandon Colano, and I'm a resident in the Broadwest residential building. Thank you all for giving us an opportunity to share our concerns this evening. I wanted to identify some of our community here who showed up tonight. If y'all could raise your hands in opposition of this zoning change. And we actually have a lot of residents who couldn't make this meeting tonight. So in order to help them have their voices heard, I started a petition on change.org, and we've actually received over 115 signatures on that petition, and I brought it here. I'd like to submit the names of that to the public record if that's allowed.
You can just hand it to the officer over there.
Great, thank you. With the brief time I have remaining, I'll give you a couple headlines of what we voiced in our petition. Again, this isn't just a bunch of folks saying, hey, this is going to block our view. We are the folks who are actually on the ground in this neighborhood and understand what the city infrastructure looks like and what the neighboring streets look like, what kind of capacity they have to allow for more vehicles. And frankly, I don't think that we could accommodate another 350 vehicles in some of these side streets because they're very narrow. And you'll see in the petition, if any of you take the time to flip through it, I actually included some photos of traffic where cars are backed up all the way from West End Avenue to Church Street on both 17th and 18th Avenue during peak times. And we have a lot of cars that are in the middle of intersections on the highway on-ramps. And so I do understand that this neighborhood is intended for dense development, but I think we also have to be realistic about where we are in terms of being ready for that kind of development and where we are with our infrastructure upgrades to support new buildings. So I want to make sure that I leave time for my neighbors and be respectful of y'all, but I also want to voice my concern and ask for a deferral because a lot of us are just now hearing about this, and we'd like to have some time to have a community meeting and just make sure that everyone's voices are heard. And thank you so much for your time.
There you go. Thank you very much. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Carol Miles, and I'm another Broadwest resident. And I would ask for a deferral as well. I did receive a meeting notice for tonight's meeting, but I never got one for the Metropolitan Planning Commission meeting. And again, I have a lot of concerns as well about the traffic situation and the soil, the density of that area. And I just thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joey King. I'm a resident at Broadwest. I've been living in the building since last year. When deciding to purchase at Broadwest, the adjacent lots were zoned for a maximum of 15 stories. And I relied on the stability of that zoning when I made my purchase. I know that a lot of thought was put into the Midtown rezoning to have a comprehensive build out in the area. And all that we are asking is to proceed with that plan rather than further upzoning for additional density when we don't have a plan for adding necessary transit improvements and other important infrastructure upgrades. All we ask for is realistic and consistent zoning that can support the lot size and availability. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Evening. Mark Goodman, 1616 West End. And I want to reiterate a lot of what my fellow residents have been talking about. I think that everybody knows that Midtown is going to be the site of a lot of additional density, a lot of growth, and I think, that we're excited about that. As somebody who moved from another neighborhood in Nashville, I think, like a lot of my co-residents, we felt we did our due diligence before we moved there and checked out the existing zoning. We checked out the Midtown plan. We knew what was there. We knew that where certain height allowances were going to be and made a decision based on that information. So to have that change, especially in the absence of any greater infrastructure improvements and the transit plan, that sort of thing, what we'd like to have is a chance to really consider that. And the residents that I've talked to, and certainly the ones that are here today, did not get notice of the Planning Commission meeting. So we got very late notice of this change and didn't feel like we had a chance to really voice our concerns about it. Stability in zoning is important, and just because the area is going to have increases in density doesn't mean that unlimited increases in density are necessarily desirable. So thanks for giving us the time to come and talk to you today. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Heacock, and I am a resident of Broadwest, 1616 West End. My husband and I are retired, and we just recently, this last year, moved to Nashville. He's sitting in the back in the orange shirt. And we were very excited about our new home at Broadwest, and we bought it back in July, and we asked about the zoning, and so we were expecting that to be what our neighborhood would be like. And so it was very much a shock when we found out that there was a meeting that we were never even notified about, even though we moved in our unit. We closed and moved in November, so we should have been notified if there were going to be changes. And then I was told that things have already been approved, and now this is like continuing approving the zoning. But I do hope you will defer and let other people have a chance to discuss, and because you're affecting people's lives. It's a big investment for us, and so it's very disappointing to think that you can count on zoning and you really can't. It can just be a vote, don't even get notified. So anyway, I'm hoping you'll defer. I'm really hoping you'll vote against it and keep the zoning as is. I agree with all the speakers before me that say the traffic is bad, the roads aren't in great condition now, and the roads are narrow and small, and the traffic backs up. We try and walk everywhere as much as we can because of the traffic, but it's going to get so much worse, and our building isn't even full yet. Everyone hasn't moved in. So anyway, thank you so much for listening. I'm sorry I'm very poor at this speaking. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. But I appreciate your consideration, and I hope you'll defer and give the people that know more than me a chance to figure it out and make it best for everyone. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. You did fine, and I like your husband's orange shirt. Okay, it is. I don't want to repeat that now.
I'm going to follow that up.
It was just, he just likes his orange shirt. I'll leave it at that. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm Robert Rodkey. I'm also in Broadwest. I'm a first-time home purchaser, and I did my due diligence to figure out what was going to go on in the neighborhood. I was very excited for the neighborhood to be developed, lots of new buildings coming in. I'm excited to have lots of things happening around in my neighborhood. But I also expected that development to be done in a responsible way and in a way that would respect the infrastructure that's going on in the neighborhood. I'm already unable to get home some days. I'm on the highway waiting to turn right onto Broadway in the middle of the highway because the roads just can't take what is already existing, let alone bring in more buildings and rezoning. I would love the opportunity for this community, which has not moved in fully already, to have a chance to coalesce and actually talk to our council member about potentially ways that we can mitigate some of our concerns in a reasonable way. And I would encourage this group to allow us the opportunity to have our voice heard and not vote on something that would impact these folks before they're actually in-house and able to be a part of this. So I would appreciate you all deferring here, and I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Dan Hugesteger, also new resident of Broadwest. New to Nashville. It's been great. I entered escrow, I think, February of 2020 for the contract of buying Broadwest. Looked at the zoning, talked with the brokers, was trying to understand everything that was going on in the area. Super excited to see the growth of the area. Obviously, Midtown's a super great place to have a lot of new building going on. Looked at the zoning at the time, was not aware that this would be, a parcel at this location would be going up above 15 stories. And also, like most of the other people that had spoken before, I didn't get the, and again, I moved in February, but I didn't get the notice for the first hearing here. I guess one concern I have, aside from just echoing what everybody else mentioned about traffic, is just in addition to this building that's currently zoned where it's at, having an upzoning, where does that put future buildings for upzoning in the area as well that are going to just lead to additional traffic without the infrastructure support? So again, just to echo everybody, I'd like to see a deferral so that we could have an open conversation about this, include members of Broadwest and other people in the community as well. And I'll leave it at that.
All right. Anything else?
Good for me.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment, please.
All right. So Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval of BL 2022-1154 on second reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, this is exactly where we want density in Nashville. Many of us, we have neighborhoods in our constituencies that are looking for single-family residential. But when we're downtown and midtown, this is the exact place where this type of development can go. It's right on an arterial throughway in the city of West End and Broadway. And so we have an opportunity to do this. And when we look at this, it's a T5 MU, or a Tier 1 center mixed use, right, with intense development. That is the policy that we have. The properties that were mentioned before, I think the Vaslin Group, we just approved another tall tower with them about 1.5 years or 2 years ago, right next door to this property. And they spoke against, and then we're doing the same here with 1616. And so I would like to move for approval tonight with this and pass it on second reading. The constituents asked for a meeting, so between second and third reading, I'll find time to visit with them in a meeting to get more understanding of some of their concerns. And, something was brought up in regards to planning and the notices. And so I would ask Ms. Lisa Milligan with planning to just kind of give us a staff report and just kind of update us on the notices as well.
Ms. Milligan?
Sure. So the way that we handle the noticing is we compile addresses from the assessor of property database. And so the assessor is sort of constantly updating their database. We compile addresses from the database for the Planning Commission notices based on the distance requirement that's outlined in the code, which is 1,000 feet. We then recompile the notices for the council public hearing so that we are catching updates that happen from the assessor data between those two time periods. And so we compile for the Planning Commission, and then we compile again for council. I believe this was heard in the Planning Commission back in February. And so we would have actually compiled the noticing list prior, because it was in early part of February. We would have compiled the noticing list sometime in January for that. For the public hearing for this meeting, I believe that was compiled at the beginning of March, because notices for council have to go out 21 days in advance, and so allowing for preparation time, the list was compiled in March. And so that is our standard practice, that we compile the data from the tax assessor's data from their most up-to-date records for both the Planning Commission and the council.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Milligan. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you again. This again is it fits our community character manual. The density is what they're asking for. We have a shortage of housing in Nashville, and this is going to add some much-needed housing as well. So again, I would like to renew my motion to approve.
All right, Councilmember Taylor has renewed his motion to approve on second reading. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. And I know it's a little unorthodox for us to talk about other district council members' zoning bills, but in my 7 years on this body, I can't recall a time where we've had this number of neighbors to indicate that they weren't noticed. And we're all aware of the standard process for the Planning Commission. Is there any way that, I don't know the proximity of their addresses, but would these neighbors would not have been notified because they're outside the boundary? Can we get some insight, excuse me, as to why so many came before this body tonight and indicated that they were not notified by the Planning Commission?
All right, Ms. Milligan.
Certainly. It's likely that some of those changed ownership or were deeded or updated in the database of the assessors between notification of the Planning Commission and council. I noted today that we notified 265 addresses at the Planning Commission and closer to 295 at council. And that's because there was one property owner for all of the units in Broad West. And as those have changed hands into new ownership, more have been added. So we actually noticed more people for the council than Planning Commission because of those updates that took place from the assessor's database. So all of the addresses were included both times, or all addresses within the 1,000-foot radius were included both times, but depending on when properties changed hands, depending on when the deeds were filed, depending on when they were updated by the assessor's data, which is the data that we utilize for noticing, could have had an impact. But all of the addresses were captured both times. I rechecked it today.
Yeah, because what I'm hearing is, I really didn't hear strong opposition against the project. What I'm hearing is that it wasn't properly communicated to the neighbors. This is tough. Like, we've never had this amount of neighbors come in and express that they haven't been part of the process. And I guess what stuck with me was the young lady said they've done their due diligence, and what's the point of zoning if they're not going to be notified? And that's where we come in as a legislative body. We have to make sure that our zoning process is working for everyone, whether that's the community meetings the notifications from the Planning Commission. There's a lot going on in the community. So that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say on it, Vice Mayor. I'm just troubled that we've had this number of people come and say they weren't notified.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thanks. I thank Councilmember Taylor for his hard work on this, but I do have some concerns. I do think Midtown is a great place for some density. And it, as it was said, it got a pretty big upzone about 10 years ago. And my concern is less about this specific property and just more about Midtown. Mr. Sloan referred to something that Councilman Sledge had said, we've got the infrastructure. He said, we've got the infrastructure, we need to add some density. I kind of think what's going on in Midtown is the opposite, where we got the upzone, but we haven't gotten some of the infrastructure that's needed. I think on West End, which is a pretty wide street, you know, it can handle some developments like this. So I guess it's, I'm speaking, I don't like to get up and speak about against other people's projects, but I do have concerns about Midtown in general. And, you know, we need better transit. We upzoned Midtown in anticipation of the AMP. We didn't get it. Also, when that upzone went through, it talked in several places about workforce housing. I also have concerns that this is an area that I've seen where we have lots of ROW, like construction taking ROW issues that I think we need better policy on. And I have a question or two, I guess. Councilman Taylor referred to that said we do need more housing, and I agree, and this is a great place for some more housing, close to a lot of employers. So I guess, and my understanding is that the legislation, which is an SP, says it can be hotel or residential, so I guess I'm kind of wondering why that hasn't been nailed down. And I think I would say if it were for housing, I would feel better about it.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes. From my understanding in conversations, this will be housing units for sale. So in conversations with the property owner.
Councilmember Cash, anything else?
Nope. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. This came before the Planning Commission actually not all that long ago. That was in early February, which was not that long ago. It was, as Councilmember Taylor mentioned, it did pass on the consent agenda. It had a very strong staff recommendation of approval. That staff recommendation was based on the T5 Nashville Next Community Character Manual. It meets that policy. The Planning Commission generally, although there are exceptions, but the Planning Commission generally takes a look at developments and makes a recommendation based on their compliance with Nashville Next, which this one does. I don't think there's a lot of argument about that. I would like to, I don't want to readdress the issue of the notice mailing since Ms. Milligan has already spoken to that. But in terms of some of the details that were raised with regard to traffic studies and or departmental reviews for things like utilities, I'm wondering if we could call on Ms. Milligan just to remind us of how all of that typically works during or especially after the zoning process.
Ms. Milligan?
Certainly. So every SP that is submitted to the planning department is shortly thereafter distributed to various metro agencies for a co-review. So it's distributed to NDOT, their traffic and parking division, as well as their roads. It's submitted to Stormwater, Metro Water Services, and so all of the agencies, fire, all of the agencies are reviewing at the same time. We go through a series of comments from the agencies. A TIS was submitted and reviewed as well. And so a project doesn't get to the Planning Commission until all of the other metro reviewing agencies have recommended approval. And so there are various changes as we move through those process or through that review process to get to approval from the various agencies. And in this case, there was approval from all of the metro agencies.
Thank you. And Ms. Milligan, just really quickly, so once zoning happens and a project goes through permitting, how does that typically work in terms of applying constraints based on whatever might change after the zoning?
Sure. So there were various conditions in this one. Some things including widening some of the alley pavement. The alley right-of-way is 20 feet, which is a standard alley right-of-way that we would find in Midtown, downtown, any of our neighborhoods that have alleys. 20 feet is the standard. You wouldn't typically find anything wider than that. And so there were conditions that were included, such as widen the alley and those sorts of things. So the next step would be a final site plan where the project would come in and all of the agencies would again review all of the plans, and even more detailed at that point with construction documents for how improvements are to be made. Once a final site plan is approved, then they come in for a building permit review, and that's when you get into life safety issues, fire review, all of those sorts of things before you're issued any building permits. And so you've got sort of various approvals along the way from all of the agencies having looks at these several times.
Thank you so much, Ms. Milligan, and just want to be respectful of everyone's time, but just for the sort of the not only us as members, but for those who took the time out to come tonight and send us letters, and for the viewing audience. So far, all of this meeting has been us doing zone changes, and so just want to caution people that if you purchase property in an area, a particular area that is identified in Nashville Next for density, it is unwise to count on zoning never being changed in the vicinity, because that really is the bulk of the business that the Metro Council does. And so just want to keep that in mind, whether that was someone's assumption when purchasing a property or not. It's always the case that zoning can be changed by the council, and that is most of what we've done tonight and will continue to be the case. So I have a lot of sympathy for the residents that maybe bought with an expectation, but based on what we've heard from Ms. Milligan about the very thorough Metro departmental reviews that have occurred and will occur, I would speak in opposition to a deferral tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks. I just wanted to, I think with the possible exception of Councilman Cash by about 100 yards, I think I live closest in the council to this location. And I want to offer a little bit of a counterpoint from Councilman Cash's perspective. I think that if out of the 500 square miles of this county, we were going to figure out where high-rise residential development should go, we would pick, I think, almost unanimously within a quarter mile or a half mile of this location. And realistically, if we're going to have the density of more people moving to town, we are going to have to put high-rise residential development somewhere, and that's it. It is there. More's coming, and buyer beware for anybody in the future who's looking at the area.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Young.
Previous question.
All right, so Councilmember Young has called the previous question. So we'll vote on the previous question. What's before us is a motion to approve this bill on second reading. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are voting on the motion to approve Bill 2022-1154 on second reading. All those in favor of the bill passing on second reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Yeah, Councilmember O'Connell. Oh, hold on. There you go.
Now that our pro tem is back in the chamber, I did want to note that we were briefly out of order. When the pro tem is absent and the vice mayor are absent, I think Councilmember Withers, as planning chair, was actually supposed to have an immediate election for a new pro tem. So I don't know what Councilmember Mendez did, but it might have been out of order.
Well, so I was looking for everybody, and Councilor Mendez had done this before, so I thought it was probably safe for him to come up here for a few seconds. And Councilor Rosenberg, I thought he had left the building. I didn't know where he was. All right, We are now ready for BL 2022-1155 by Councilmember Withers, and we can take that, I believe, with 1156, take them together. Okay, BL 2022-1155, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a historic landmark interior overlay district to property located at 518 Russell Street, southwest corner of Russell Street and South 6th Street, zoned R8, within the Edgefield Historic Preservation District, 0.51 acres. BL 2022-1156, ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a neighborhood landmark overlay district to property located at 518 Russell Street, southwest corner of Russell Street and South 6th Street, zoned R8, and within the Edgefield Historic Preservation District. It's 0.51 acres to permit a hotel and event space. Councilmember Withers, you are recognized on both those bills.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for a two-meeting deferral with a brief comment.
All right, so the motion is to defer both those bills, 1155 and 1156, for 2 meetings to the first meeting in May?
That's correct.
All right, that's the motion to defer, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. Colleagues, this property address is actually the historic Tulip Street Methodist Church building. If you look across the river towards District 6, you'll see a church tower, which is very distinctive. It has angels with trumpets on the tower. You can't miss it. However, that building with that tower needs a lot of maintenance, and just as a little bit of background, the Methodist district went through a little bit of a reorganization in East Nashville several years ago, and they decided to close that building as a house of Methodist worship. And so we are looking for something that is financially viable to preserve that structure. So I've had a community meeting with the buyer of that property, who also does some other projects in town, finding adaptive uses for church buildings, and has a very strong community service mission focus. We had a great community meeting that was hosted by the Historic Edgefield Neighborhood Association. The applicant is continuing to work through a few more details, and so we've deferred the Planning Commission hearing to the April 28th meeting, and hope to bring this back at the public hearing in council in May. So just wanted to let everyone know what that address is, and welcome your attention to that at the next meeting.
All right, so the motion is to defer both 1155 and 1156 to the first meeting in May, properly seconded again. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. These two measures, 1155 and 1156, are deferred to the first meeting in May. Next item is BL 2022-1157 by Councilmember Swope. I think we can take this with number 33 as well. So item 32, BL 2022-1157 by Councilmember Swope. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R40 to SP zoning for properties located at 5617, 5621, and 5625 Valley View Road, approximately 545 feet south of Old Hickory Boulevard. Is 3.3 acres to permit 12 multifamily units, and the companion bill BL 2022-1158, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2022-1157, propose a specific plan zoning district located at 5617, 5621, and 5625 Valley View Road. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized on both your bills.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's open that public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open on those two bills, 1157 and 1158. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized on your two bills. I would
move approval.
All right, so Councilmember Swope has moved approval of both 1157 and 1158 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on those two bills? Seeing none, all those in favor of passage of 1157, 1158 on second reading say aye. Yep. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass on second reading. All right, we're on BL 2022-1159, and we can take that in conjunction with BL 2022-1160 by Councilmember Roberts. an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from IR to SP zoning for properties located at 1101 and 1111 63rd Avenue North, approximately 90 feet southwest of New York Avenue. It's 11.15 acres, to permit a mixed-use development. And BL 2022-1160, the companion bill, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements, proposed specific plan zoning district, proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. With all committee reports in, I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of these measures. Okay, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the two measures. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
All right, so let me ask you a question. There's an amendment in the packet on BL 2022-1159. Do you want to put that on?
I would like to add, yes, I'd like to add the amendment.
Okay, so let's get that one done first, and then we'll move past it. So Councilmember Roberts has an amendment on the first bill, BL 2022-1159. Councilmember Roberts moves that amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
So the amendment basically is asking for an agreement privately for a water tower to get painted by a local muralist.
Okay. So. All right, so that's the amendment. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Okay, now you're on BL 2022-1159 as amended, and BL 2022-1160. Take them together. Motion to approve?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
All right, so Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval of both those two bills on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the two bills for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass on second reading. We're on, I think, the last two bills on public hearing. Items number 36 and 37, they can be taken together. These are by Councilmember Evans. 1161, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to SP zoning for property located at 3887 Central Pike, approximately 175 feet west of Central Court, located within a plan unit development overlay district, 3.11 acres, permit up to 112 multifamily units, and BL 2022-1162, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a plan unit development located at 3887 Central Pike, approximately 175 feet west of Central Court. Again, 3.11 acres, Zone CS. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open on 1161 and 1162. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak?
All right.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval, please.
All right. So Councilmember Evans has moved approval on both 1161 and 1162 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the two bills for passage on second reading say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Both those bills pass on second reading. All right, that got us through the bills on public hearing. We are now ready for the consent resolutions and resolutions. I'm going to go through the consent calendar with you. Stay with me. All right, the first one on consent is item number 39, RS 2022-1442. That's on consent. 1445, that would be item number 42 is on consent. 1446 is on consent. 1447 on consent. 1448 on consent. 1450 is on consent. 1453 is on consent. 1454 on consent. 1455 on consent. 1456 on consent, 1457 on consent, 1458 on consent, 1459 on consent, 1460 on consent, 1461 on consent, 1462 is on consent, 1463 on consent, 1464 on consent, 1465 on consent, 1468 on consent, 1469 on consent, 1470 on consent, 1471 on consent, and 1472 on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off of there? Councilmember Suara?
1470.
1470?
Yes, please.
So item number 67 for RS 2022-1470 is bumped off consent. Anything else? Councilmember Vercher?
1466.
1466 wasn't on consent. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I thought you had said that. Okay.
All right. Anything else? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. 1471.
Okay, 1471 is bumped off consent. That's item number 68. Anything else? All right. Item number 39, first resolution on the consent agenda, RS 2022-1442, by Councilmember Allen, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle property damage claim of NES against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $32,801.20, meant to be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund. RS 2022-1445 by Parker, Allen, and Welsh. Resolution approving amendments to 5 grant contracts for constructing affordable housing approved by RS 2020-239 between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Metropolitan Housing Trust Fund Commission and certain nonprofit organizations. Item 43, RS 2022-1446 by Parker, Allen, and Welsh. Resolution approved the First Amendment to a grant contract for constructing affordable housing approved by RS 2020-242 between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Metropolitan Housing Trust Fund Commission and Living Development Concepts, Inc. RS 2022-1447 by Allen and Welsh. Resolution to approve the Third Amendment to a grant contract for constructing affordable housing approved by RS 2018-1098 between the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Housing Trust Fund Commission and Crossroads Campus. RS 2022-1448 Parker, Allen, and Welsh. Resolution to approve the Third Amendment to a grant contract for constructing affordable housing approved by RS 2018-1088 between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Metropolitan Housing Trust Fund Commission, Westminster Home Connection. RS 2022-1450, that's item 47, Sepulveda to Johnson, Gamble, and others. A resolution appropriating $7,519,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funds from Fund 30216 to increase access to existing high-quality child care centers, provide more resources to home-based child care, and invest in efforts to build capacity and build up high-quality child care programs. Item number 50, RS 2022-1453 by Allen, Young, and Styled. Resolution accepting the terms of a cooperative purchasing master agreement for refuse truck rentals, and related products and services and related products for the Department of Water Services. RS 2022-1454 by Allen and Bradford. Resolution accepting the terms of a cooperative purchasing master agreement for large frame agricultural tractors and attachments to the Department's Parks and Recreation. RS 2022-1455 by Allen. Resolution accepting the terms of a cooperative purchasing master agreement for public utility equipment with related accessories and supplies for the Department of General Services. RS 2022-1456, item 53, Evans and Welsh. Resolution approving an agreement between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Nashville Fire Department, Emergency Medical Services, and Tennessee College of Applied Technology of Murfreesboro to establish a clinical affiliation agreement. RS 2022-1457 by Councilmember Allen. A resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law compromise and settle property damage claim of WECO Public Transit against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $28,040.96. Said amount to be paid paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund, RS 2022-1458. Alan Bradford and others, a resolution approving an application for a training opportunity for the public grant from the Tennessee State Library and Archives to the Metropolitan Government through the Nashville Public Library to provide funds for free technology training and equipment for use by members of the community. RS 2022-1459 by O'Connell, Withers, and Young. Resolution authorizing Rutledge Flats LLC to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 622 3rd Avenue South. RS 2022-1460, Alan Bradford and others, a resolution accepting an in-kind grant from Lawrence K. Wolf, MD, and family to the Metropolitan Government, acting through the Metropolitan Parks and Recreation Department, of a Kanabi and Company baby grand piano to be placed in the entrance lobby of the Centennial Performing Arts Studios for staff and visitors to use. RS 2022-1461, Alan and Bradford, resolution accepting a grant from the Centennial Park Conservancy to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Parks and Recreation to provide funding for one part-time position in the Parthenon Museum Store. RS 2022-1462, Alan Bradford and others. Resolution accepting a grant from the Nashville Parks Foundation to the Metropolitan Government through the Metro Parks and Recreation Department for programming improvements at Metro Community Centers. RS 2022-1463, a resolution accepting an in-kind grant from the Friends of Atafama. No, wait a minute, I said that wrong. I had asked Councilmember Henderson how to say that. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Atafama.
Atafama. Sorry, so close. Thank you. Atafama Archaeological Park to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metro Parks and Recreation Department to fund improvements to Atafama Archaeological Park. I should have written it down. RS 2022-1464 by Councilmember Allen and Evans. Resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department and the Israel Ministry of Tourism for extra duty police services. RS 2022-1465 by Johnston and Allen. A resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Metro Water Service to enter into a facility encroachment agreement with CSX Transportation, Inc. to construct, use, and maintain culverts in the railroad right-of-way at Hogan Road and Regent Drive in Davidson County. RS 2022-1468, a resolution honoring the life of Nashville community leader Ralph W. Mosley. RS 2022-1469 by Councilmembers Lee and Hurt, resolution honoring the life of Dr. Tommy Morton Young. And the last one is RS 2022-1472 by Hurt, Sledge, Murphy, and others, a resolution recognizing April 11th through April 17th, 2022 as Black Maternal Health Week. Okay. So we're taking item 69 off the consent calendar as well. Anything else needs to be taken off the consent calendar? Atafama? There you go. I'll get it right next time. All right. So we have committee reports coming in. All right. Let's start with Affordable Housing. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I believe on the consent agenda we had 1445, 1446, 1447, and 1448. And the committee voted 9-4-0 against, recommending approval on all of those.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Allen, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval for RS 2022-1442, 1445, 1446, 1447, 1448, 9 in favor, 0 against. We recommended approval of RS 2022-1450, 10 in favor, 0 against, and approval of RS 2022-1453, 1454, 1455, 1457, 1458, 1460, 1461, 1462, 1463, 1464, and 1465, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Who was the person that came in for a minute and then left? No,
Councilmember Suara had car trouble. She worked really hard to get here for that vote.
All right, sounds good. All right, Government Operations and Regulations, Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
To continue our tradition, we voted on Bill 2022-1164, 7 in favor, 0 against, to defer one meeting.
Wait a minute, this would have been 1441 on consent.
Oh, I'm sorry, we already read that committee report, Vice Mayor. Would you like me to read again? I'd be glad to. Again, we were unanimous, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Where's that one? was that? Oh, it was up early. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
No problem. It just showed up on the calendar that I
And we
just was
also
reading
get
through.
to talk about how our committee is in agreement. So I like that.
It is. It may be the most wonderful committee I've ever heard of, government operations. They just love everything. All right, Human Services, Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Human Services considered 1450 and voted 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and we considered resolutions RS 2022-1459 and 1465. And we
Sorry.
We recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
I really didn't want to hear the report. I'm moving pretty quickly. Councilmember Bradford, Public Facilities, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Facilities voted on 1449, 5 in favor, 9 against, 1 abstain. 1454, 6 in favor, none against. And the remaining bills, 1458, 1460, 1461, 1462, 1463, 5 in favor, none against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Evans, Public Health.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. On 1456 and 1464, we voted 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Vercher, Rules Committee.
Yes, RS 2022-1468 and RS 2022-1472. Rules confirmations voted 7-4-0 again.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Young, you go last.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. RS 2022-1453, 1459, 1465 are all recommended for approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, and I'll move the consent agenda.
All right, Councilmember Young has moved the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the consent agenda resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Consent agenda resolutions passes. Okay, we'll go back to the bills as we start, the resolutions as we started. Let's see, this is on page 16 of my calendar. It's item 38. First one up is RS 2022-1326 by Gamble, Withers, Hall, and Toombs. Resolution requesting the Metropolitan Planning Commission and Metropolitan Planning Department review and amend as needed the current general plan for Nashville and Davidson County, Nashville Next, which is the general plan for Nashville and Davidson County no later than June 30th, 2023. Councilmember Gamble, you are recognized on your resolution.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and we considered this item. There is a substitute. We recommended approval of the substitute, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions, and the resolution as substituted, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Back to you, Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
Okay, do you want to go move the substitute resolution?
Substitute, yes.
Okay, so Councilmember Gamble has moved the substitute resolution for approval, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute resolution.
Thank you. This substitute better explains the intent behind this resolution. It gives more information about the background of Nashville Next Community Plan. It also identifies the specific areas that will be included in the review of this plan, and it includes the process for review. And I'd like to thank the planning staff, particularly Greg Claxton, for his hard work and due diligence in working with council members and helping pull together this substitute and include that information that I believe will lead to more community engagement in this process and more continuity in the community plan across the city. So for that, I ask for your support in the passage of the substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Gamble has moved the substitute resolution on RS 2022-1326 for passage. It's been properly seconded. Discussion on the substitute resolution. All right, seeing none, we're ready to vote on the substitute resolution. All those in favor of the substitute resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute resolution passes. Councilmember Gamble, you're on your resolution as substituted now.
Move for approval as substituted.
All right, so Councilmember Gamble has moved RS 2022-1326 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution as substituted? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the resolution as substituted, say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution as substituted passes on passes. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Next item is item number 40, RS 2022-1443, by Council Members Parker, Allen, Suara, Toombs, and others. It's a resolution declaring surplus and authorizing the conveyance of real property to certain nonprofit organizations, authorizing grants not exceeding $15,497,279 from the Barnes Fund for Affordable Housing to certain nonprofit organizations selected for the express purpose of constructing and rehabilitating affordable or workforce housing. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized on your resolution.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I believe we have a housekeeping amendment from Councilmember Van Rees. I can move that, or Councilmember, if you'd like to move it.
Why don't we, let's get the committee reports in first, and then we'll go back, okay? You've got one of them. Budget and Finance has one. Let me go to Councilmember Allen first. We're on RS 2022-1443.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, and 1 not voting.
Okay, thank you. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning considered Resolution RS 2022-1443, as well as the amendment. We voted to recommend approval of the amendment, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions, and the resolution as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you. And then Councilmember Parker, you had affordable housing.
Affordable Housing voted 9 for the amendment, 0 against, and on the bill as amended, we voted 8 for and 1 member not voting.
Okay. You are on your resolution now.
All right, thank you. Can I go to Councilmember Van Rees to move for
Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move the amendment with a brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Van Rees has an amendment on RS 2022-1443. She has moved the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Yes, the amendment is quite simply a housekeeping amendment that corrects a zip code regarding the Woodbine Community Project on Dickerson Pike, and also clarifies that Council Member Allen has a conflict as a board member of one of the organizations, and that's the amendment, and I move it.
Okay, so Councilmember Van Rees has explained the amendment, which is properly seconded. Councilmember Allen, do you need to be recused from voting on this one?
I think probably on the amendment as well as the bill itself. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll mark it down as Councilmember Allen is recusing herself from voting both on the amendment and on the resolution. All right. Questions on the proposed amendment by Councilmember Van Rees? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, Councilmember Van Rees' amendment to RS 2022-1443, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Councilmember Parker, you're on your resolution now as amended. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We had a lot of great discussion about this at the Affordable Housing Committee meeting yesterday. We had a great explanation from staff about what this package includes. And we do have staff present here tonight if anyone has any questions, but with that, I'll just move the resolution and open it up for discussion if there's any.
All right, so Councilmember Parker has moved RS 2022-1443 as amended, properly seconded. Discussion on the resolution. Councilmember Allen, are you, okay. All right. Any questions, any discussion on the resolution as amended? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2022-1443 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution as amended passes. We are now on item number 41, RS 2022-1444 by Parker, Allen, Toombs, and others. Resolution authorizing a grant not to exceed $1 million from the Barnes Fund for Affordable Housing to Pathway Lending for the express purpose of providing weatherization assistance and energy efficiency improvements to housing units owned by qualified low-income individuals and families. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on this one.
Committee reports, please.
I've got Budget and Finance. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended a one-meeting deferral, 5 in favor, 2 against, and 2 not voting in order to get some additional information.
All right, and Councilmember Parker, Affordable Housing.
Affordable Housing recommended 9 in favor, 0 against, approval of the resolution.
All right, so I think this one, because of Budget and Finance, has to be deferred by rule.
Understood.
All right, so it's it'll be bumped to the next calendar, so it's deferred one meeting.
Thank you.
All right. All right. All right, the next item up tonight is item number 46. It's on page 19 of my calendar. RS 2022-1449 by Council Members O'Connell and Bradford. Resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the Nashville Farmers Market and the State of Tennessee Department of General Services for maintenance of the shared parking lot between the market and the Tennessee State Museum. Councilmember O'Connell, you recognized on your resolution. Okay, let's see if somebody, Councilmember Bradford, can you handle this one?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Community reports, I stated earlier, 1449, we approved 5 in favor, none against.
Okay.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Bradford has moved for approval of RS 2022-1449. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of 2022-1449 for passage, say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Next item up is RS 2022-1451 by Councilmember Stiles, Porterfield, Allen, and others. A resolution approving 2 option agreements authorizing the purchase of properties comprising part of the Global Mall site. Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Johnston.
I believe this has to be deferred by rule for one meeting, so I'd move a one-meeting deferral.
Yeah, let me get the committee reports.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I think they're going to say the same thing. Councilmember Allen, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance recommended a one-meeting deferral, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, and Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers, you've got the other committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning also recommended a deferral, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Okay. Councilmember Johnston, back to you.
Move a one-meeting deferral, please.
Councilmember Johnston moves a one-meeting deferral, properly seconded. Any discussion on the one-meeting deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral one meeting, say aye. Opposed, no. RS 2022-1451 is deferred one meeting. And then RS 2022-1452 by Councilmember Allen. This is an initial resolution determining to issue general obligation bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $46 million. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is a companion bill, and we also recommended a one-meeting deferral, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right. So this one, I believe, is deferred by rule. RS 2022-1452 will be deferred one meeting and will be heard at the next meeting, the second meeting in April. Okay. All right. We are now on item number 63 by Councilmember Vercher, RS 2022-1466, resolution providing for the censure of Councilmember Jonathan Hall. Councilmember Vercher, you are recognized on the resolution.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. You want me to provide the committee report?
Yeah, committee reports, please.
Rules recommended approval, 8-4-0 against. I would like to move for a deferral to the second meeting in August. We will have a special call meeting April 14th with the Davidson County Election Commission. And with that agenda, they're going to provide upcoming elections, updates, precincts, but more specifically, just a reminder as it relates to disclosure requirements in a new way that this body can submit their disclosures. So that's going to be Thursday, April 14th at 5 o'clock. Typically, we try not to schedule meetings during a planning commission meeting, but this date works for the election commission because we were shooting for April 7th, but that's the day for qualifying for the general election. So they said April 14th works best for them, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, let me, we're checking. You want to defer to the second meeting in August?
In August.
In August?
Yes.
Okay.
And just to give more background too, there's still some moving pieces as it relates to this disclosure process. So we want to make sure that that's resolved before, as a body, we vote on this matter, Vice Mayor.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the second meeting in August. Properly seconded. Discussion on the deferral motion. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm struggling to understand the relevance of the disclosures on this resolution, considering this was already recommended by a different board, and I'm not sure. This is about whether we follow rules or not about the disclosures and the election commission. So I'd love some clarity on the relevance and why we should defer on whether or not we think we should censure a member because they blatantly disregarded the rules for multiple years or not.
Councilor Vercher.
The motion to defer is because everyone is entitled to due process, and there's still this matter is still going through a process. So the rule states, and Ms. Darby, you can correct me, the statute states that this body, we file it. It doesn't necessarily state that we have to take action, and you can correct me if I'm stating something inaccurate. But the point of the matter is that there's a process that's still underway, and we want to give the benefit of due process.
Okay. Anything? You good?
She was correct on her statement.
Okay. Councilor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I understand that, but I mean, filing disclosures has been something that's been required for many years, and I've been able to file mine just fine. So I still don't understand the need for a deferral, but so I'll be voting against a deferral. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Mendez.
You called me before I could unclick my button. Everything he just said.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion on this? I do think it's appropriate on this one to ask Ms. Darby why it's Councilmember Vercher that has the resolution. Ms. Darby, can you explain that?
Certainly. The Board of Ethical Conduct made its review and issued its opinion that violations occurred and that Metro Code of Laws 2.222.050 states that upon the receipt of the recommendation from the board that they recommend the censure of a member of the council, the chairman of the Rules Committee is required to file the resolution for censure with the clerk.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other comments? All right. So what we have before us is a motion to defer to the second meeting in August. It was properly seconded. We are ready to vote. It's on a deferral motion. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. All right. Just to be on the safe side, I think I will go on the board. Remember on this one, this is a deferral motion to the second meeting in August. If you're for the deferral motion, you would vote aye. If you're against it, you're going to vote no. And remember, it's a touchscreen, okay? You're not using your cursor this time. Mr. Clerk, machines are open. Council members, you're voting on a deferral motion. Good. All right. All of us are in. Mr. Clerk, close machines. Take the vote. so 5 ayes for the deferral motion, 25 noes, 1 abstention. Deferral motion fails. So we are now back on the resolution. Councilmember Vercher.
Vice Mayor, there's a process underway with the registry. So I don't know how that puts us sideways with what's going on at the state as it relates to this. I don't know if Ms. Darby can provide some insight as it relates to this.
This particular, the recommendation from the board was based solely on the violations of Metro's code of conduct, and it did not relate to anything that was happening with the state.
But with the appeal process underway, is it still appropriate for us to vote on the censure?
The ordinance that, the code that provides for the filing of this resolution does not make any exceptions for any state procedures. It just says that this shall be filed and considered by the council, or filed with the council. There's nothing before this board to indicate that and before this council to indicate that there are ongoing proceedings happening with the Board of Ethical Conduct. They've made their final decisions.
Yep, Vice Mayor, and I know the deferral failed. It's just kind of putting us in there's still ongoing moving pieces as it relates to this. Would a proper motion of withdrawal would that be appropriate?
You're talking about another motion to defer?
To withdraw.
Oh, to withdraw?
Yes. The deferral already failed.
Okay, so you can, that's a proper motion. You can move to withdraw.
I move to withdraw.
All right, so there's now a motion to withdraw on the floor and properly seconded. Discussion on the motion to withdraw. Councilor Mendes, do you want to talk? There you go.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. 25 people in the room voted against the deferral. We should take a vote. And whatever we have to do procedurally, if this motion to withdraw fails, I'd like to make a motion to pass the resolution.
Okay, so we're on a motion to withdraw at this point, which has been properly seconded. Discussion, okay. Any other discussion on the motion to withdraw? Councilor Murphy, you're recognized.
I guess this is a little bit of a clarification question, although not specifically on the motion, so I may be out of order. I was looking at the text again, and I believe this resolution is only pertaining to the Metro Code of Ethics 222.22. So on and so forth. Is that correct? It has nothing to do with any state allegations or finding there. Is that correct, Ms. Darby? So this is only about Metro proceedings that are complete.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Murphy. Any other discussion? Oh, Councilmember Hart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I basically just want to stand and say that this saddens me. I hate that we as a body are here at this moment in this time. Since we've been on this council, I know some of the seasoned council members have seen quite tumultuous time, with the starting with District 1 and going through with our mayor. And, I just could not sit there and not say something, not saying one thing one way or the other about it, but I just hate that we are here And I don't know if it's anything that we can do to mitigate situations like this, or how we try to handle things of this nature prior to coming to the council floor. But it really does hurt my heart to see us here at this juncture.
Thank you, council member. All right, any other discussion? We are on a motion to withdraw. All right, so we're ready to vote. If you're for the motion to withdraw, you'd vote yes. If you're against it, you'd vote no. All those in favor of the motion to withdraw, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. Okay, I believe the motion to withdraw fails. So,
Call that just because you might want to roll call that just because it's a resolution and you have some no votes.
voting on the resolution.
Okay.
I thought we could do it. Just to be on the safe side, we're going to take a vote on the board. Mr. Clerk, you ready? Okay. So again, motion to withdraw. If you're for the motion to withdraw, you'd vote aye. If you're against it, you vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Okay, 30 noes, 4 ayes, 1 abstention. The motion fails. All right. Wait a minute, I haven't gotten to the... Councilmember Rosenberg, you want me to come to you first? Councilmember Rosenberg?
Previous question?
No, we don't have the motion on the floor yet. So I have to get it first. Councilmember Mendez, hold on. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I'd like to move approval of the motion with a brief explanation.
All right, properly seconded, back to you. And then Councilmember Rosenberg, I'll come to you.
And I meant approval of the resolution. I agree with Councilmember Hurt that it is sad, and a lot of us in this room sat through a similar resolution with former mayor last term, and it's not fun. It's not what we wanted to do, but here we are. And if we take the name out of it, the particular council member, and we're trying to govern a city and govern one of the 3 branches of government, objectively, some pretty clear-cut rules have been found by a separately appointed board to have been violated. And if any of us got this on a multiple choice test on a quiz, we'd say, do the censure. That's the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do. It doesn't mean we don't like Councilmember Hall. It doesn't mean that we enjoy this situation. But for the sanctity of the rules and what we're doing and trying to govern a city, it's the right thing to do. So I fully agree with Councilmember Hurt about it's not fun, it's not exciting, it is sad. But we've got an obligation. We owe it to the citizens of Davidson County to take a vote on it, and however it comes out, it comes out. Thank you.
So Councilmember Mendez has moved for passage of the resolution. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Rosenberg, recognizing you.
Mr. President, I moved down the list behind Councilmember Hall. Thank you.
Actually, you had been recognized first, so I can, but if you want to be moved down, okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hall, you are recognized.
So my button wasn't working earlier, but I was trying to speak before. And so let's not do the back and forth, guys. Like literally, at no point in this process have you guys ever heard me say there was no accountability. Like literally, all you've heard from the onset was it didn't get done on time. Some of them that got done weren't accepted because they were done literally 48 hours past the time they were done. The rule says timely fashion versus the code that says by this date. And that's what we have to go by. So you've never heard any conversation remotely about there's no accountability here from the onset. I flat out said that. I mean, and I'll tell everybody that we hadn't had the conversation with, I'm human. And part of that human factor in that is I let someone get me out of character at the onset of this because rather than ask me about the disclosures being late, I was asked about my late father. Did I have a trust fund? Was I left this? Did I have that? And it was never about any of this. So there's been no process before like this. So now we're reverse engineering. It's resolve things with election commission, resolve things with the state registry, resolve all of those, and they're all on their own same timetables and schedules. Vote, go ahead, do this. Because there's, like I said, there's never been a conversation about accountability. We'll still go through the process, and hopefully what comes out of this is a mechanism for us to be able to do it better. We've had those conversations amongst ourselves where we've watched each other push the button, online, and something go through and not go through. We've all had several of us in this room where things have been hand-delivered, dropped off, but still not been inputted in the system and shown where it wasn't done. This is just going to improve the process. By no means are we going to hold up anything. We're going to stick to the rule of law. We're going to go by the process as it's set forward. We'll continue down this line with that appeals process and that portion of it, but that has no bearing on what we do in here. And what we're going to do in here is what we are always supposed to do in here, which is take us and our relationships out of the conversation and just deal with the information. So now we'll have a better process moving forward about this, but there's no back and forth with any of this. And again, you've never heard anybody say, oh, well, it was this or it was, no. You all know me better than that, right? You know me better than that. So let's do what we came to do, and let's get back to the city's business. Good?
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosenberg?
Previous question.
All right, so we're on the previous question. We're not voting on the resolution. We're voting on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. Mr. Clerk, we are voting on the resolution. Okay, pursuant to the rules, I think I need to go on the board. If obviously the motion is to approve the resolution, we're voting on RS 2022-1466. You ready? Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 33, no 0, 2 abstentions. The resolution passes. All right. All right, we are are now on RS 2022-1467 by Councilmember Rosenberg. Resolution condemning the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce's efforts to subvert democracy and eliminate the people's voice in determining who serves on the Metropolitan Nashville Board of Public Education. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee report, please.
Councilmember Vercher, Rules Committee.
Yes. Rules recommended approval. There was 5 for, 1 against, and 2 not voting.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval and explain why. I think everybody, well, we have an elected school board, of course. There was an effort made by an organization in the state that asked the state legislature to eliminate our elected Board of Education and replace it with one entirely appointed by the mayor. Under that proposal, the mayor would be able to appoint the entire board, remove them at will, and replace them with somebody else, putting complete control of the school system behind one person. There would be no confirmation process to those appointments, by the way, rather than everybody having a voice. I'm sure there are plenty of people that disagree with things that the school board does, and many people who agree with most of the things that the school board does. One way or another, though, we are, I hope, in agreement that our local legislative bodies should be elected by the people of our city. That includes the legislative body that oversees general metro government, that's us, and the body that oversees Metro Nashville Public Schools, and that's the Board of Education. So this puts the council on record as being in support of a elected Board of Education, and ask that efforts to change that this year and in the future be stopped. And I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right. So Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to pass RS 2022-1467, properly seconded. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I certainly thank Councilmember Rosenberg for bringing this. I don't know that I asked in time, but I would like to be added as a co-sponsor because, someone asked me today, why would we want to chastise or condemn an organization for supporting or proposing something that this council doesn't like? Well, I don't think that's the case here. The case is that an organization that we give an annual allocation of 6 figures to is actively and has been actively lobbying against the interest of the people of this county and the position of our government at the legislature. And so if we're going to be at odds, then I think not only should we put them on notice with this resolution, but we should remember that when this summer we're working on a budget, and whether we want to allocate 6 figures or more to an organization that was spending money to actively lobby against our own interest and against the voters of Davidson County. For Pete's sake, y'all, this is a no-brainer. And I hope the mayor's office understands, as they are compiling the recommended budget this year, that do we need to be allocating money to an organization that was actively lobbying against the interest of our own government and our own voters and taxpayers? So hopefully we'll see how that goes. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Suarez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I want to speak in support of this resolution as well. I found it equally troubling that the chamber is behind the move to stop people from electing their representatives. I think the more power we're taking from the people, that's just wrong. The people should have the right to elect who represents them, and the school board is no exception to that. And so for the chamber to put itself in the middle of this conversation, I don't know why, but I think it's unbecoming, and I'm speaking in support, and please add me as a sponsor as well. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to stand in support of this as well, and I had requested from the clerk's office to be added as a sponsor to this. My colleagues have already made the point very well that an unelected organization is trying to remove a democratic process from the city while while at the same time receiving money from those very taxpayers they're trying to disenfranchise. So again, the mayor's office needs to take note, because if they don't do it, we'll take the money away from the chamber and make sure it goes to better uses than the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Councilor Mendez.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to be super popular in the room after this comment. So I don't like the legislation that's being pursued at the state level one little bit, not at all, not even a little bit. I agree with my colleagues on that on every front. I just don't know that the chamber should be the sole focus of our unhappiness. My sense is that the relationship between the chamber and the mayor's office is likely at a 50-year low in the history of Metro, and it takes two parties to have a relationship. And I'm just we know that the current mayor ran hard on sort of an anti-chamber platform. I know there's not much of a relationship right now between the chamber and the mayor's office, and so this is the natural outgrowth of no substantial or a all-time low in the relationship. Is if the chamber doesn't have a partner in the mayor's office, then the chamber's going to do what the chamber thinks is best. I don't like it. Obviously, a bunch of other people in the room don't like it, but I'm just not entirely sure that with the mayor and the chamber not having any substantial communication with each other or no real relationship, that focusing fully on the chamber is the right thing. I think I'm going to abstain on this one. I think the idea of asking the mayor's office to pay attention to what's going on here, I think this is the object of the mayor's office. I think, and we do, whether we like it or not, rely heavily on the chamber by contract for economic development stuff. And so we've got a weird situation where the mayor really doesn't have any obvious positive relationship with the chamber at all, and the chamber is now acting unilaterally on legislation, but still they're the economic development arm of the city. It's a weird dynamic, and I think it warrants, both parties warrant our attention, not just one of them.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hurt.
Previous question.
Councilmember Hurt has called the previous question. We're not voting on the resolution, just the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on RS 2022-1467. We're going to be on the board. Mr. Clerk, tell me when you're ready. We're voting on RS 2022-1467. If you're in favor of the resolution, you vote aye. If you're against the resolution, you vote no. Or you can abstain. All right. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. We're voting on RS 2022-1467. All votes in? Okay. Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 23, ayes 23, noes 1, 8 abstentions. The resolution passes. Okay. All right, we move on on. We're on RS 2022-1470 by Councilmember Suara, Vercher, Johnston, and others. A resolution recognizing the work of interpersonal violence advocates who provide crisis advocacy and support the victims of interpersonal violence in Nashville and Davidson County, declaring the last Monday in April of each year as Interpersonal Violence Advocate Appreciation Day. Councilmember Suara, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
You've got rules and confirmations. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Rules recommended approval 7-4-0 against.
Wait a minute, I missed that one.
And they recommended approval 7-4-0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Suara, back to you.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, Councilmember Suara moves for approval of RS 2022-1470. Properly seconded. Back to you for discussion.
Thank you. I believe some of the people from the Tennessee Justice Center were here early, and we will be making a formal presentation the next meeting. But I wanted to pull this out and just highlight what this group does. Interpersonal violence is violence where you have individuals using their power as a way to pressurize somebody. It includes sexual trafficking, assault, child abuse, adult abuse, and so many things. But the part about it that is very troubling is that as you have these advocates trying to help people navigate trauma and violence that was inflicted upon them by sometimes people that they know, is that those advocates themselves do go through trauma themselves. And we know that there's a lot of mental issues, especially with COVID and all around these days. 1 in 4 adults will have a mental crisis at some point in their life, and 1 in 6 women will go through sexual assault, and all the statistics are very bad. But I wanted to take this opportunity to join the center in thanking those people that do the work of trying to help put our citizens whole, but sometimes themselves have to go through trauma. So this resolution basically is recognizing the last Monday in April as Interpersonal Violence Day, and I ask for your approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Suara. We are on RS 2022-1470 for passage. Any other discussion? Councilmember Suara, you have some people standing for you in the back. Just want to make sure you recognize that. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I thought they left because the presentation was supposed to be next week, but this is Miss Diane Lance and our team with some of the people that are doing the work that we're trying to recognize. So thank you all for staying and for being here and for the work that you do.
Well, if you probably should have done that after we passed the resolution. We are, point of order, yeah. We are on RS 2022-1470. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. All right. We're on item number 68. RS 2022-1471 by Councilmembers Allen, Vercher, Murphy, and others. Resolution proclaiming lights out nights, urging residents and businesses to turn out non-essential lights at night during critical migratory periods in spring and fall for birds in Nashville. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Rules and confirmations. Councilmember Vercher.
Recommended approval 7-4-0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation.
All right, Councilmember Allen has moved approval of the resolution. Properly seconded. Back to you.
This resolution was brought to me by naturalists who care deeply about our environment, and it falls neatly on the heels of the dark sky legislation that this body passed not too long ago. As we become more aware of how the lights in our city affect the environment around us. And one piece of that is birds as they migrate, and they are an important part of our ecosystem. We can directly improve the current situation just by being more aware, specifically in the spring and fall when birds are migrating. There are stories of light shining up in the air that birds literally get caught and just fly around in circles and die of exhaustion, and there's no need for that. So I just want to take the opportunity to ensure that people are aware of the need to be aware of this, and hopefully it will become an official policy that Nashville does from year to year. So with that, I renew my motion for approval.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen has moved for approval of RS 2022-1471. It's properly seconded. Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, I just wanted the opportunity for the sponsor to explain what essential lights are so that people understood what's essential and what isn't, so that they know what to turn off and what they should leave on.
Councilmember Allen.
Thank you for that question. Certainly safety is the most reason why we have lights on at night. There are studies that have done that more lighting is not necessarily more safe lighting, so I think that's up to the discretion of the owners, but certainly ornamental lighting or lighting that's shining straight up into the air and performing no useful purpose, I would call non-essential. So, for example, do we really need to leave all the lights on after the cleaning crews come through at night? It also saves energy, which is better for climate protection. So, if it's not performing a useful function or life safety, then I think people should think about it, considering it non-essential.
All right, Councilmember Van Rees, you got your question answered?
Yes, I just wanted the opportunity for a point of clarity for folks who may be curious.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Allen, are you going to go around and turn off everybody's lights for us?
I know where the switch is.
You know where the switches are, okay. All right, any other discussion on this one? All right, we're ready to vote. RS 2022-1471. All those in favor of the passage of 1471, say aye. Opposed, no. 1471 passes. And we're on the last one, RS 2022-1472 by Councilmember Hurt, Sledge, Murphy, and others. Resolution recognizing April 11th through April 17th, 2022 as Black Maternal Health Week. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized. Councilmember Hurt, I'm sorry, you're recognized.
Thank you. Committee report, please.
Rules and confirmations, Councilmember Vercher.
Rules recommended approval, 7-4, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Hurt, back to you.
Thank you. I asked for approval with a brief comment, and that this year marks the 5th anniversary of the Black Maternal Health Week, which is going to be observed April 11th through the 17th. It was founded and led by the Black Mamas Matter Alliance, and the week speaks of awareness, activism, and community building intended to deepen the national conversation about Black maternal health in the U.S., amplify community-driven policy, research, and care solutions, center the voices of Black mamas, women, families, and stakeholders, provide a national platform for Black-led entities and efforts on maternal health, birth, and reproductive justice, and enhance community organizing on Black health. I want to actually thank Tansy Hill, who brought this to me. There will be a celebration here next Thursday for a fundraiser with the Birth Manifesto in regards to this celebration. And she served as doula to my oldest daughter recently to help with the birthing of her child. And, you know, I was not aware of a doula and what their purposes were. I'm familiar with midwifery, and that's kind of what it is, but it really is kind of treating the whole person. And we know that infant mortality is a serious matter for a lot of young Black women. So I thought this was very important to recognize and just ask for support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hurt. So I've got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of RS 2022-1472 for passage, say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. All right, we are now on bills on introduction and first reading. Does any bill need to come off of introduction and first reading? All right, if not, then I'll entertain a motion to pass them all at one time. Got a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? Bills on introduction, first reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Bills on introduction first reading pass. We have a late filed ordinance. It was in your amendments packet. It is an ordinance approving a participation agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation and CRP, WP Alta, Metro Center Owner LLC for trailhead improvements at the Metro Center Levee Greenway. Councilmember Toombs, this is yours. It's late filed, right?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I want to move to suspend the rules.
All right, Councilmember Vercher, did this come before the Rules Committee? The late filed ordinance for first reading.
Yes, Vice Mayor, it did.
And did you all do something with it?
There was no objection.
Okay, thank you. All right. Councilmember Toombs has moved to suspend the rules to get this one before us tonight to get it for vote on first reading. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your bill.
I don't know what is fucking.
Move for approval.
Okay. So Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of this late filed ordinance regarding the Levee Greenway for passage on first reading. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the ordinance on first reading? Seeing none, all those in favor of the ordinance say aye. Opposed, no. Ordinance passes on first reading. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. We're now on bills on second reading. There are two bills on the consent agenda. I think we just skip that. All right. Item number 114, BL 2022-1114 by Council Members Mendez, Evans, Rosenberg, and others. Ordinance amending Section 13.08.080 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to the use of license plate scanner technology to add a definition of personally identifiable information. Councilmember Mendez, you are recognized on your bill.
I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation.
All right, so let's get committee reports.
Oh, sorry about that.
Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Evans.
We considered and voted 6 in favor, 1 against.
Okay, and Transportation Infrastructure. Councilmember Young. BL 2022-1114, a committee report.
For Pete's sake, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. BL 2022-1114, we added a substitute, 9 in favor, 0 against, and recommended as substituted, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, back to you. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I'll move the substitute with an explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Mendez has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you.
All right, so I want to just briefly thank the two committees and Mr. Jameson for helping get this rounded out. I took the comments from the two committees, especially Council Members Nash and Pulley, and worked with the administration, who got in touch with LPR vendors to find something that will work. And what the substitute does is broadly define personally identifiable information very broadly, and then set aside certain limited things, time, date, image of the license plate, make, model, and color, and that's allowed. Those 6 things are the only PII, personally identifiable information, that the LPR system will be able to retain. Mr. Jameson has kindly checked with vendors to make sure that will work and the system will still work. And I appreciate the committee's approval and would ask the body to add the substitute.
All right, so we are on the substitute ordinance on BL 2022-1114. It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized.
I was just going, I think he's just answered my question.
Okay, all right, thank you, Councilmember. All right, anybody else in the queue? We're voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute's on. You're back on your bill as substituted.
Move the bill as substituted for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Mendez has moved BL 2022-1114 as substituted for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1114 as substituted say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. All right. We're on item number 115, BL 2022-1115 by Councilmember Rosenberg, Councilmember Mendez, Rosenberg, Allen. I'll get this right. Ordinance amending section 13.08.080 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to the use of license plate scanner technology to exclude assisting with immigration enforcement as an allowed use of LPRs. Councilmember Mendez, you are recognized on your bill.
Committee reports, please.
All right. Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Evans.
We voted 7 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. And Transportation Infrastructure, Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We recommended 9 in favor, 0 against to defer until the July 19th, 2022 meeting.
To the July 19th?
Yes, sir. That is the second meeting of July.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I think Councilmember Evans might want to adjust the committee report.
Councilmember Evans, you want to?
Yes, it's the same as what Councilmember Young said. We also voted 7 in favor, 0 against to defer to the second meeting in July.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I moved to defer to the second meeting in July with an explanation.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the second meeting in July, properly seconded. Back to you.
All right, so briefly, this is the one about not allowing LPR data to be used for civil immigration enforcement. And I think there was a general consensus when we passed the LPR law a month and a half ago that we'd like to prevent that. Some more thought is necessary. And the reason for a second meeting in July is for us to get past the budget season, get past the public hearings in the beginning of July, and maybe a better solution will appear before then, maybe not, but we can figure it out then.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the second meeting in July, again properly seconded. Any questions on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred into the second meeting in July. Okay, we're on item number. Councilmember Van Rees, for what purpose?
Yes, I have a request for a comment, if that'd be okay. Today is my 34th anniversary, and right about now, Joan goes to sleep.
Oh.
So I would just like to say happy anniversary, and I love you for all you have been, all that you are, and all that we will be together. Thank you very much.
That's great. Councilmember O'Connell, I'm not sure, but I'm going to hit your button anyway.
Thank you. Should we not excuse Councilmember Van Rees to go home and celebrate?
Look, I think she's gone.
There we go.
You know what? If it was that easy, we all should be doing that. Yeah. Yeah, it's my anniversary, too. All right, we are on item number 116, BL 2022-1131 by Murphy, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon easement rights located at 410 42nd Avenue North and 410B 42nd Avenue North, formerly a portion of Alabama Avenue, except for those retained by NES. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
I'd like to move to defer.
Let's get Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Okay. All right. We got the report in. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
I'd like to move to defer. I have not heard from the property owners or anything about this project.
All right. How far do you want to defer to?
Let's see here. It's April 5th. Let's do July, first meeting in July.
First, okay. All right. So the motion is to defer to the first meeting in July. I thought you were looking at because it was 10 o'clock, and that's.
Oh, well, that too. No, I forgot what date it was.
So this is to be deferred to the first meeting in July, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion to defer passes. We're on item number 117, BL 2022-1163. Council members Allen Sawara, ordinance amending Chapter 2.213 of the Metropolitan Code to create a funding mechanisms to support the implementation of the Inclusionary Housing Incentive Program. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Affordable Housing, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. Affordable Housing recommended
indefinite deferral, 9-4-0 against, and that was at the sponsor's request.
All right, Councilmember Withers, where are you? Yeah, Planning and Zoning, BL 2022-1163.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning also recommended indefinite deferral at the request of the sponsor, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Allen, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended an indefinite deferral, 9 in favor, 0 against, and I would move indefinite deferral with a brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved to defer this one indefinitely. Properly seconded. Back to you.
This is a companion bill to the other bill that we discussed earlier that is part of a tool we may eventually decide is appropriate that would incentivize some affordable housing be included in multifamily construction. However, we have what we think is a better tool that is on first reading tonight. And again, I would encourage my colleagues to check out BL 2022-1170 and sign on to that. And we'll talk about that tool that we hope will apply more broadly in upcoming meetings. So with that, I renew my motion for an indefinite deferral.
All right, so Councilmember Allen again renews her motion to defer indefinitely BL 2022-1163. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion? We're on a deferral motion indefinitely. All those in favor of the deferral motion indefinitely say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred indefinitely. We're on item number 118, BL 2022-1164 by Councilmember Sledge, O'Connell, Hauser, and others. Ordinance to amend section 9.30.010 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to construction noise. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report, please.
Government Operations, Councilmember Hancock.
For BL 2022-1164, I did read this earlier mistakenly because you called on me for a second time on a resolution, but we were all, of course, in agreement to defer one meeting, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Sledge, back to you.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. It's deferred by rule. If you'll give me just a brief moment to say, I am working with the involved parties, including the Codes Department and with builders to kind of try to give some nuance to what we're doing. Ms. Zeitlin has been extremely helpful in providing language, and I think we're going on the right path. I think we'll get there in a couple weeks.
Okay,
So
this one's deferred by rule.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, show up at the next meeting. Item number 119, BL 2022-1165 by Councilmember Syracuse. Anybody else sign on to this bill? Councilmember Benedict. Ordinance to amend section 10.60.020 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to alarm permit fees. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Government Operations, Councilmember Hancock.
Because this is the most wonderful committee, we voted all in agreement, 7 in favor, 0 against on 1165.
All right, Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
I move the bill for approval. Thank you.
This one is moving for a passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to pass on second reading, BL 2022-1165. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill is approved on second reading. Thank you, Councilor Benedict. BL 2022-1166, Hauser, Allen, and Withers, an ordinance approving a lease agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Education and the Bellevue Civic Association. Councilmember Hauser, you are recognized.
Thank you. I call for committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance, after a robust discussion, ultimately approved this, 6 in favor, 2 against, and 1 not voting.
All right. All right. Education. Who's got the education? Councilmember Lee.
Education approved with a vote of 6 for and 0 against.
Okay. And Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I believe there's an amendment on this one, and we recommended approval of the amendment, 7 in favor, 0 against, and the bill as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. Okay. Councilmember Hauser, back to you.
Yes, I am requesting 1 meeting deferral.
Okay. So Councilmember Hauser has moved to defer this 1 meeting, properly seconded. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Councilmember Hauser for her work on this. This is going to create a great opportunity in the center of Bellevue for our civic organizations. I know that there are a few more opportunities out there for us as a community to consider, so I really appreciate the deferral and look forward to seeing where this goes. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing none, we're on deferral motion of one meeting. Again, properly seconded. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred one meeting. And we're on BL 2022 1167, item 121 by Councilmember Sledge and Taylor. It's an ordinance approving a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and the Nashville Soccer Club for part of a parcel of property at 1441 12th Avenue South. Councilmember Sledge, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right. And Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I believe this one had an amendment as well, and we recommended 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions of the amendment, as well as 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions of the bill as amended.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sledge, you recognize it does have an amendment on it.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move the amendment with a brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge has moved an amendment to 2022-1167, properly seconded. Back to you.
Great, thanks. It just adds recognition of the work of the Friends of the William Edmondson home site on this matter. And it also notes that nothing in the lease agreement precludes separate agreements among Nashville Soccer Club, Friends of William Edmondson home site, and MMPD, as this parcel is right next to the Midtown Hills precinct. They have a letter of understanding on some items they want to make sure the neighborhood is able to ensure. But everybody has worked great together, and I would ask for approval of that amendment.
Okay, so you've heard an explanation of the amendment. Again, there's a motion to approve the amendment with a proper second. Any discussions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. You are on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for approval as amended.
All right. So we're on Bill 2022-1167 as amended. The motion is to pass, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill as amended say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. We are now on bills on third reading. Okay, and there is a consent calendar. No, I got it. These are the bills on consent. Item number 122, Bill 2021-1000 is on consent. Item 127 is on consent. 1124 is on consent. 1125 is on consent. 1126 on consent. 1127 on consent. 1128 on consent. 1129 on consent. 1130 on consent. 1132 on consent. 1133 on consent. 1134 on consent, and 1135 on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off the calendar? Councilmember Welsh. Hold on.
Mr. Vice Mayor, 1105 and 1106, items 125 and 126.
Yeah.
Okay, 1125 and...
I don't know if I need to pull 26 off consent, but there's an amendment that goes on 125.
Wait a minute. This is... Okay, 1105 and 1106, they weren't on consent anyway. We'd taken them out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Anything else needs to be bumped off? Okay. All right. Here we go. Item number 122, BL 2021-1000 by Councilmember Stiles, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of the Hickory Hollow Plan Unit Development Overlay District for property located at 5256 Hickory Hollow Parkway, approximately 530 feet southwest of Mount View Road, zoned SCR, 12.11 acres. I've got, the next one is item number number 127, which is 1123. Stiles, Withers, and Young, an ordinance authorizing the granting of an easement to the Metropolitan Government and its servants and agents to construct, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and inspect sanitary sewers, drainage improvements, and water mains or appurtenances within the limits of the easement or right-of-way. BL 2022-1124 by Allen and Evans, an ordinance approving an agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Nashville Police Department and LexisNexis CopLogic Solutions, Inc. for the online reporting services. 129, BL 2022-1125 by Hall, Allen, and Withers. Ordinance authorizing the granting of a permanent easement to the Electric Power Board of the Metropolitan Government on certain property owned by the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. BL 2022-1126, item number 130, Toombs and Allen, an ordinance approving an amendment to a deed of conveyance for parcel property of Senior Citizens, Inc. 131, BL 2022-1127 by Councilmember Stiles. Ordinance approving two agreements relating to the use of properties comprising the Global Mall site. BL 2022-1128, O'Connell, Allen, and others. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewer Services to enter into an agreement with RWGC Marathon Village Owner, LLC, to provide improved public sanitary sewer services, construction of an improved stormwater system. Item number 133. BL 2022-1129 by O'Connell, Allen, Withers, and Young, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Department of Water to enter into an agreement with Union Brick RE, LLC, to provide improved public sanitary sewer services through the construction of an improved stormwater system. Item number 134, BL 2022-1130, Johnston, Allen, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Department of Water to enter into a license agreement with Cumberland River Compact for the installation and maintenance of the Bandalong Bandit Litter Trap in 7 Mile Creek at 497 Paragon Mills Road. BL 2022-1132, item 135, Parker, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manholes for property at 405B Marshall Street, also known as Marshall Crossing. BL 2022-1133, Rutherford, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 6785A Sunnywood Drive, also known as Sunnywood Place. BL 2022-1134, Withers and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer main and sanitary sewer manholes for 4 properties located on Waller Road in Williamson County, also known as Chodhuri Acres. And BL 2022-1135, O'Connell, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept the new sanitary sewer manholes and new fire hydrant assemblies for property located at 827 19th Avenue South, also known as the Moore Office Building. Those are the bills on third reading consent. Does anything need to be bumped off that calendar? Seeing none, Councilmember Hurt, can you give me a motion to approve the third reading consent calendar?
Yes, we move for approval on the consent.
All right. Councilmember Hurt has moved for all the bills on third reading consent. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bills on third reading consent, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Those bills are passed. We have, I believe, 4 that we have to take up. Item number 123, BL 2022-1100 by Councilmember Rosenberg, and item number 124, BL 2022-1101. That can be taken together. 1100, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan for properties located at 5754 River Road and River Road unnumbered, approximately 750 feet west of Charlotte Pike, zoned SP, R40, and R80, 16.47 acres, add 5.9 acres to the SP and permit 160 multifamily residential units. And the companion bill, BL 2022-1101, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1100. Proposed specific plan zoning district. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are on your 2 bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
Planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered these 2 items, BL 2022-1100 and 1101, and we recommended a deferral of 1 meeting. 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions at the request of the sponsor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're on your 2 bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are almost there. I'd like to defer 1 meeting, please.
Okay, the motion is to defer 1 meeting on both those bills, 1100 and 1101. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion for 1 meeting for both 1100 and 1101, say aye. Opposed, no. Those bills are deferred 1 meeting. And 125 and 126 can also be taken together. I think you have an amendment on one of them. BL 2022-1105 by Councilmember Welsh. BL 2022-1106 by Councilmember Welsh. 1105, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RS 7.5. To SV zoning for property located Tuggle Avenue, unnumbered at the eastern terminus of Morton Avenue, 1.64 acres to permit 8 multifamily residential units. And 1106, an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1105. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Welsh, you are on your 2 bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. For BL 2022-1105, there is an amendment. Our committee recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions, as well as approval of the bill as amended is 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions. And for 1106, we recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Welsh, you're on your bills. I guess you go to 1105 first. We get the
Yes, thank you. I would like to move my amendment for 1105.
All right. So Councilmember Welsh has moved an amendment on 1105. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment corrects a typo in the height requirements. The original SP had the height requirement too low so that the roof line would not be what the community agreed to in terms of the development. So this corrects that typo so that it can stay in the character of the neighborhood.
All right. So you've heard an explanation of the amendment. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. So now you're on BL 2022-1105 as amended, and if you want, you can take that with BL 2022-1106.
I would like to move to approve 1105 as amended and 1106.
Okay, so the motion is to approve both. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1105 as amended and BL 2022-1106 for passage on third and final reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt, and I believe, Ms. Darby, that I believe is it. That is it. Entertain a motion to adjourn. Got a motion to adjourn, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.
And the council has concluded about a 3-hour and 50-minute meeting tonight. Several controversial things. The council approved 2 controversial resolutions tonight. The first was a motion of censure against 1st District Council Member Jonathan Hall for multiple failures to comply with required disclosure statements required of public officials and in some cases candidates here in Metro government. There's also a similar situation that Councilman Hall is facing on the state level about some state contributions that were involved in the state registry of election. The first complaint in the Metro case came from the public, and after investigation and the public hearing, the Metro Board of Ethical Conduct voted Councilman Hall should be censored. They sent such a resolution down here. It was put in by a council member who chairs the Rules and Confirmations Committee. She wanted to defer the matter, thinking there's still more process to be done. She wanted to defer it until August. The council did not want to do that. They defeated that motion. She then tried to withdraw the bill, which is normally done without any objection, but in this case, council members did object. They put that to a vote. That was rejected. In that case, another council member took over the bill, more or less, and moved for its passage, and the council passed it with 33 yes votes, no votes, and 2 abstentions. Councilman Hall spoke on the matter tonight. He did not seem to blame anybody, did not push back, except to say that in some cases he felt perhaps the reports he put in were not he didn't know whether it was filed right or not. He was not able to correct some, where there perhaps were some errors in it. He also indicated he was continuing to work in a process to deal with both what the Metro issues were and the state, and indicated he would probably continue to stay on in the council. The censure resolution did not require him to do anything as far as leaving his office. Another potentially controversial resolution was passed tonight, 23-1 by the council. It would condemn the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce's efforts to, I'm quoting this from the actual resolution, the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce efforts to subvert democracy and eliminate the people's voice in determining who serves on the Metropolitan Nashville Board of Education. This concerns a bill before the state state legislature that the chamber seems to be backing to change how Nashville school board members would be selected. No longer would it be by public referendum, and instead it would be an appointment by the mayor. This is because a number of schools in the area have been in failing grades, and this would be a new way of being able to select school board members. Council members did not like this idea at all, and a number of them were also angry at the chamber because the chamber receives a six-figure contract every year from the council through the budget. I think the contract is actually for promotional considerations, marketing for the city. Also, some council members also talked about the role they play in economic development. In any case, that's something to watch as the budget comes up in just about a month or so to see what happens if it's in the budget this year, and if it is, what council members will do in the wake of this resolution with it. On other bills before the council tonight, the bill that would have established at least to have a public hearing on an exclusionary zoning, housing zoning classification to allow developers additional height and other entitlements to maintain and have affordable housing in their developments. This has been before the council for a number of months. They haven't been able to get all the right words and agreements together, so this was indefinitely deferred, basically withdrawn. Another bill of a different nature may be put in the weeks to come. In fact, there was one bill passed on first reading tonight. We'll find out more about that when the meeting comes up in 2 weeks. Among resolutions, the council also approved a bill asking the city's planning commission to review and amend as needed the Nashville Next current general plan for Nashville. That's because many council members feel the current plan is outdated and needs to be better targeted because of all the huge growth we're seeing in the city. There was a revised bill on this tonight, and that's what passed. It was a little bit more targeted with the resolution. The council seemed to like that particular one, and so they passed it, and we'll see what the planning commission and the staff comes back with in terms of changes to the general plan of the Nashville Next plan. Some resolutions also before the council tonight were approved to increase the supply of affordable housing and workforce housing in the city. That includes giving 15 surplus Metro properties along with $15.5 million to the city's barn fund, and in turn they would give it to 11 nonprofits selected for the express purpose of constructing and rehabilitating affordable and workforce housing on properties. There was a similar $1 million grant, I should say, from the Barnes Fund that would go to Pathway Lending, provide weatherization assistance and energy efficiency improvements to housing units owned by qualified low-income individuals and families over the next 24 months. That was deferred tonight for 2 meetings. One of the committees wants some more information about exactly what all that's about. Council also approved 4 other resolutions that extended contracts for nonprofit groups working also on affordable housing projects. Council also approved $7.5 million in federal American Rescue funds to increase access to existing high-quality child care centers, provide more resources to home-based child care, and invest in efforts to build up capacity and build up high-quality child care programs in Nashville. This has been an area that's been rated quite highly when the public has been asked how should we be spending our money from the federal government, and this is the first time the council has put any rescue funds into this area, and the council passed it on the consent calendar, so it was completely supported by the council. 2 resolutions the council had before tonight would have authorized the purchase of Metro of the now shuttered Hickory Hollow and Global Crossings Mall. Those facilities out in Antioch, they'd be used along with the $46 million in general obligation bonds to finance the effort. Metro would use that space as a community arts center and other city services, as well as a large medical facility with a lease with Vanderbilt Medical Center. That lease is still to be negotiated, and all the 2 resolutions that were before the council tonight concerning this project were deferred by rule. The council doesn't rule anything involving particularly bond funding needs to be deferred at least 1 meeting for additional consideration. Also, the council tonight approved resolutions that would allow the city a different option for how to deal with any continuing trash collection problems. One would allow Water Services to join a contract with the City of Charlotte, North Carolina, and Big Truck Rental Inc., LLC. The contract would allow for refuge truck rentals and other related products and services. Metro's had a problem with this in recent months in terms of trash collection, in particular because not having enough equipment of its own, and also because a private provider has been in bankruptcy. The city has used outside providers through emergency contracts to collect trash, which is expensive. The rental contract will now give Metro another option in that area. The agreement will be valid through October 31st, 2023. The other resolutions also were approved tonight to allow both Metro Parks and General Services to enter into several cooperative equipment purchasing agreements through Sourcewell, a state of Minnesota local government purchasing agency, along with Deere & Company and Altech Industries. 2 resolutions of note from Metro Parks were approved tonight. One is a $25,000 grant from the Nashville Parks Foundation to support youth sports programs, a music studio at their Hartman Community Center, creation of a visual arts program at the Hadley Park Community Center, and a citywide youth event organized by the Parks and Recreation Culture Committee. Council also accepted a $380,000 grant in kind from the city's Antietam Park, the Friends Group of the Antietam Archaeological Park, be used for an interpretive plaza, a palisade, I should say, entry signs, a monumental sign footings, and miscellaneous site work out at that park. On first reading, there's also an ordinance that would approve agreement with property owners of the new Alta Riverwalk. They would spend $400,000 to install and maintain trailhead improvements to the adjoining Metro Center Levy Greenway. The Greenway belongs to Metro. On second reading, the council approved one amendment to the controversial license plate reader program. That program was adopted on a pilot basis a few weeks ago, but it's not yet begun. The bill adopted tonight would change the language for what is considered to be personally identifiable information. The only kind of personal information to be kept, according to this bill passed tonight, is the image of a license plate on the time and location stamp, an image of a license plate, and the make, model, and color of the vehicle associated with an image on the license plate. That was passed tonight. It was less controversial than the original language. That bill passed on second reading, so one more meeting to go to get 21 votes, but basically the fact that it was passed without dissent tonight is probably going to be pretty easily passed on third reading in 2 weeks. There also another bill that would have changed that LPR information, how it could be used, would have prohibited from being used for immigration enforcement. That bill was deferred again tonight for further study. In fact, it was deferred until the second meeting in July. Council approved all the memorializing resolutions that we talked about tonight on the life of civic leaders Ralph Mosley and Dr. Tommy Morton Young. They declared the last Monday in April each year as Interpersonal Violence Advocate Appreciation Day, proclaimed Lights Out as the Lights Out program, urging residents and businesses to turn non-essential lights off at night during critical migratory periods for birds in the spring and the fall. And finally, it recognized April 11th through 17th as Black Maternal Health Week. The council is now in recess for the next 2 weeks. It will meet again on April 19th. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council has been coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.